Hello,
Press on.
everybody. Welcome back to
Hi.
another Reviews Corp podcast, episode
Yeah.
64,
Sorry,
and we're
sorry,
here
not
to talk
doing.
about another Marvel project.
Sorry, not going on for Wednesday because my Wi-Fi died. Thanks, university. Yeah, some of my friends who actually has exams that day has to reschedule their exams because university Wi-Fi died. So they got 1 more week to practice.
Yeah, uh, sounds nice, kind of. I remember like one day we had like a snowstorm. I had it like the snow was already starting, but I was in the middle of my exam, so we had to still take the exam. But like the guys who had class like at 4 p.m. they got off because they canceled school. So they got like a whole
Nice.
extra week to do the study. So
Oh,
it is what it
well, I
is.
mean, it's modern day. If you don't have Wi-Fi, you can't do shit. Even teaching.
Yeah. But yeah. So we're here to talk about another Marvel movie. Well, what is it, like number 35, 36? I've lost track with how many
No,
projects are going on now.
to be honest,
Uh
can I just, to be honest, if I just pull Kevin Feige at gunpoint, even he could not tell me.
yeah, I mean, you know, I say that we're definitely in the 30s. So we're using a movie like movie number 2. We're finally talking about that now.
Yep.
A movie
Okay.
a movie that came out 17 years ago.
17 fucking years.
Like
For seven.
literally if you were born around that time, you're almost legal at that point. You're almost ready
Or
to
you,
vote.
yeah. Or you are just,
Yeah,
hey, I mean, if you are a person who, loves the MCU so much you watch everything again and again. Probably
you're
you
about to graduate
remember that.
high school. You're about to graduate high school. That's kind of wild.
Yeah. I
Uh
mean, yeah, let's continue that movie. Why not?
yeah, so you see the thing is, so here's the thing. I'm so sick of that meme now because it's everywhere after Marvel Rivals added Ben Grimm into the game. But yeah, so here's the thing. The reason why we're allowed to use Hulk stuff now is because in around July 2024, Marvel finally got the rights back from Universal to utilize the Hulk's characters and the plot lines and the storylines from that movie. Okay, cool. It's a shame that like Hulk has been wasted to a literal neuter point, to the point where I nobody gives a fuck about him anymore. But okay, now you got the rights. Why is all this in a Captain America movie?
Good question.
So yeah.
Because I don't know. Hey,
So mhm.
look on the bright side. It will bomb. So
It's already had a massive drop off from week 1 to week 2. It's not the worst drop off. It's still like in the bottom 3 though.
don't worry, it's gotta be
But
worse than
honestly
Yep,
speaking, like
I would say.
it's getting similar reception, kind of like Quantumania, Love and Thunder. I mean, they're practically similar in many regards.
Yeah, don't
But
worry. I mean, yeah, people are not receiving it well. Finally, I mean, it's not even top 10 worst MCU movies. I think. I mean, okay, to
no,
be fair,
no,
that is it top 10 worst because how many movies are there in Phase 4 and Phase 5?
I don't know. I think we have officially got to the point where every project post Phase 3 has matched the amount of movies, matched the amount of content that was in Phase 1, 2, and 3. This is the 25th feature length film.
Oh,
Okay.
kill me.
So how many films has there
So
been in Phase 4 and 5? If you could check,
I
Timothy.
don't.
But in the
Yeah, don't worry.
meantime,
I think we can list it all.
oh, 35th. That's what I thought. I thought it was 35. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
God
Hey,
damn.
good news. It was okay. Then that's absolutely top 10 worst Marvel movies
Is it?
because there's no. I don't think there's 10 films in Phase 4 and Phase 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 films in Phase 4 and Phase 5 has Phase 5 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 12 Marvel films in Phase 4 and Phase 5 combined. That's more than I
That's
remember.
that's crazy.
Okay, so is the
Yeah.
top 10 worst?
So you see, Brave New World is a sequel, kind of, not really, to Endgame, The Incredible Hulk 2008, and Eternals, and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So yeah, it stars our boy Sam Wilson, who is now the new Captain America. He is alongside with his buddy Joaquin Torres as the second Falcon, and they're on a little adventure because there was some mishaps going on at the government with the new President Ross, now played by Harrison Ford.
Because William Hurt died. Rest in peace.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and
He's
by the
allowed to
way,
get recast, but not Black Panther. So there's that.
don't worry, he's gonna get recast in the multiverse for some
Yeah,
reason.
that's fantastic.
Which is yeah. So maybe let's just recast him right now.
But see, we really need Red Hulk. Like we need it like really badly.
What the fuck do we need? That's so tapped on in the finale.
Yeah. So here's my thing about the film. There are some things where I could accept a few things. For example, I thought Anthony Mackie's performance as a lead for this one was a lot better in terms of his charisma and actually showcasing his ability of being a leader. I thought he was personally more engaging when he's allowed to be Captain America and he's allowed to, not be like a bitch and have all this I don't know if the world would like me as Captain America, like in Falcon the Winter Soldier. And then Falcon the Winter Soldier, one of the worst things about him as a character was how much of an asshole he was, but like in a subtle way. Some of it subtle, some of it like very blatant, especially towards John and
Yeah.
Sharon in particular. But yeah.
Hey, do you remember? Do you know how subtle it is when he broke John's arm? That was so subtle. I never did nothing that's bullshit.
Honestly, like I look back at Falcon and Winter Soldier and I look back at this movie and it's just like the direction, like the styling choices of the direction is just like night and day, and it's by the same director. No, well, it's not. The Falcon and Winter Soldier had Carrie something, and I think she is a better director, so to speak. But
that's
here, because that.
Oh, if you are not aware, the director of this movie made what's it called? Cloverfield Paradox.
Oh yeah. No, because like there are some shots here that are like they straight up just look like a TV show, and then there's some like where you got some cinematics things here and there, but like I don't know, the visuals are just as bad as every other Phase 4, Phase 5 project lately.
Oh yeah.
Especially the final act. I mean, but then again, like there's been so many news reports of reshoots and rewrites and takes that are about what's in the film and what isn't in the film and all that stuff. So
yay.
So yeah.
Dude, this is gonna be a really shit movie, right? Yeah, of course it is. Is it the worst movie Marvel made? Fuck no. That's what people made it up to be.
Yeah.
Is it still really horrible that I want to kill myself for watching it? Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not actually gonna commit suicide.
We got it. Okay. So it starts off with Thaddeus Ross, again played by Harrison Ford, and his line is like really funny to me because he says have you heard from my daughter Betty? It's like, No. He says, Have you heard from Betty, my daughter?" Like,
What?
so it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, so if you don't know who Thaddeus Ross is, then you probably don't remember Betty Ross, because Betty Ross has not been relevant for 17 years, like
You
literally.
fucking. Do you know who Thaddeus Ross is? The last time we see him is in Phase 4. He's in also Civil War and Infinity War.
To be fair, Betty Ross has not existed for 17 years. So, but like it's just funny though, because the sentence is like clearly like, "Have you seen Betty, my daughter?" with a comma. So it's like, oh, maybe the audience doesn't know who Betty is, so I need to remind the audience that it's my daughter, Betty. It's like, no, we haven't heard from her for a while.
Oh no! What's the best way to actually show that have the actress on stream? Hey, that's the best idea.
No, we got to save her for the last minute of the film. Um, yeah, so that's kind of his general thing to set up his character. Because Ross is Ross is honestly the one who has an arc in this film. If we're being honest,
And I mean,
it's more of a Ross film than a Cap film. If we're being honest.
and it's the fucking art we do in Incredible Hulk. Yes. Oh, people only don't know that it's because it's 17 years ago.
Yeah, I was 8 years old when that movie came out. I'm 24 now.
Oh, I thought that. Oh, what's your birthday again?
Meh.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's basically it. Ross, he has became president of the United States. Last time we saw him, he was Secretary of State. So he's in the government, but not quite president yet.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to. Honestly, should I just quote a fucking intro because I was like, wow, you actually gaslight people to not remember the Incredible Hulk, which to be fair, most people do not remember.
Honestly, you should go and do that, because like I again, I told you later, like I barely remember that movie.
Oh yeah, you know what? Let's do it because I need to go through all all the great script this movie has. Which is fuck all. Give me a second. Where else script? Oh, here it is. So by the way, this movie opens with, as you know. Remember this? So basically, it's like, hey, remember these things here in my life? And so she took this shithead took pills, and it's like, hey, I'm
The
gonna
polls
be
will be important for later.
yeah. And this guy took lines from Joe Biden, and it was like, took the sign from Joe Biden, like, we're together. Some shit.
It's just a generic. We're here to build a community together. Post, everything bad that has happened, post Endgame and stuff like that. So it's nothing crazy. Just a general speech.
Yeah, there's like,
about unity.
ha 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 ha. And so this guy was like, give a speech. Was like, oh, Hulk has the celestial emerged from the Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, which is fucking not. That's not the fucking case.
Sorry.
I was like, oh, sorry. Do you remember Eternal? So I need
Yeah. I'm
So
only going to say this just for like the sake of, how would anybody know what is going on with the celestial coming out of the planet? Like, first off, how do you know what it's called a celestial? Let's start there, because there's no Eternals left to talk about it, and then it just happens. Like, nobody could have prepared for that, and it's treated like it's a normal thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys were complaining so much about celestials, not the celestial out of the earth. You guys keep complaining. Why has nobody mentioned that? Why has nobody mentioned that? They finally mentioned it, and they mention it, and you start complaining again. There's so many of these Twitter takes that we can talk about throughout the video, but that was one example.
No, yeah, and then the other thing is, they clearly do not remember Eternals, which I don't blame you guys, but not when you pay millions to write stuff. So here's the problem: the Eternals rises everywhere in the world, not just Indian Ocean. So they fuck the entire setup.
No. So the head and the hand is coming. It's from the Indian Ocean. Like, that's what they're talking about.
Oh, here's the thing: it's in the Eternals. That's not where that is. It's around different oceans, not just Indian Ocean.
Wait, what?
Yeah. The head and the hand is not just in the Indian Ocean in Eternals.
Are you
It's
sure?
like yeah. It's put because they have what happened is the entire celestial is actually has to rise in different places of the ocean so that it does not uh
Because it's a giant.
let's just so that's how they try to justify the Earth not being destroyed. Keyword tried because it's not
Well,
it's,
because it's like it's in one ocean, right? Like the
no
Indian
it's in
Ocean only.
no it's in multiple oceans.
So like you mean the Pacific Ocean, or
Yeah, Pacific, Indian, every single ocean, Asia Ocean.
but like
It's
I'm
not
pretty
just
sure.
one. They literally
I'm,
said so in this movie. They said the celestial rise in the Indian Ocean only. It was like what the fuck? That's a very racist eyebrows for me because it does not it's not just the Indian Ocean.
I I guess we have to go back to the Eternals script because I'm pretty sure it was just the Indian Ocean the whole time.
No, to be honest, it's yeah. Just look at the ending of Eternals and see when did the Eternals rise? When did
But
Celestial rise?
to be fair, the Indian Ocean is huge. So
No, actually, they literally physically show that where the fucking Celestial opened their hands is all across the road in the movie at the end of it, slowly rising across every single ocean. It's not. I'm not putting my ass off. They literally show that visually.
no, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand because like they've always said it was in the Indian Ocean in both the Eternals and this movie.
Okay, so let me show. So
I know it's huge for the
what?
sake of the scale, but like to be fair, the Indian Ocean is huge as well. But like we've always like known it was just the hand and the head that came out, but not like not the entire body. But again,
Yeah.
I don't know specifically what was said in Eternals because I've only watched it once.
Yeah, so that's why I was just reminding you. It's not just the Indian Ocean. It's more than just the Indian Ocean.
I just remember that it was always the Indian Ocean. That's just something I remembered. But yeah, you need to do better at AOC, I guess.
Yeah, to be honest, I do watch like Puggy's video, and he's like, "No, it's not just the Indian Ocean."
Okay,
So
so that's what you're saying. So okay, because I actually haven't had the
yeah,
chance to do that one.
yeah. So that's
I mean, if that's the case, then sure. I feel like I've always heard it was just the Indian Ocean, though.
no.
'Cause, I mean,
That's just the movie gaslighting you into thinking that.
no. Even before that,
It's like even the battle
because like
taking.
I because like didn't She Hulk also reference the thing as well in the Indian Ocean? Like it was like on a
It,
blog post, but like I know that that
it's
was the
weird
only other mention.
because I was like, I didn't
Mhm.
remember when the Eternal Star battle take place. It was like, are you sure it's the Indian Ocean? I don't remember when the fuck the Eternals take place in the final battle.
No. It was the Indian around the Indian Ocean.
But
That's for sure. I just don't know like how big the big the Celestial was. My other thing
yeah,
too is just like the fact that
yeah.
it's
To
called
be honest,
Celestial Island. Like how can you know what species it is?
yeah. So
But then
that's to be honest.
again, even in Eternals, like you saw Arishem like out in space, like the people got to see him, and it was a scary cliffhanger, and nothing of that, by the way. So,
Yeah, it's
oh, I
that.
guess I recognize that the Celestial looks like the same thing that's frozen in adamantium, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, so it's technical. Okay, so just to clarify, the battle technically in Eternals it's in the Indian Ocean,
Mm-hmm.
but the Celestial did not just rise in the Indian Ocean. It rises a lot of places. So yeah, that's the thing. Um, so that's what happened in the beginning, and that they already like already raises eyebrows for me. I was like, okay, fine, I don't. And then we got cut to a news report. It's like, hey, Ross has got a Ross is a leader of this thing. So let's bring up something that happened 17 years ago. What? Which is like, why would you need to do that? But
Mm.
okay, so yeah, some news report just remember that. Oh, hey, he just like 19 years ago, lol, 17 years ago.
Yes. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. So Ross has won the election, basically, but I want to remind you guys that Ross was the same guy who had this debacle back in Harlem in 2008, or I don't think they specifically said a year. I know it'd be very contradictory to Noob, but
Yeah.
I don't think I heard a date, so I'll give him that. But there is another date that will be very contradictory. We'll talk about that later. But
Yeah, and then
yeah, so but yeah, Ross is being blamed for something that happened almost 20, at least 20 years ago in universe. So because you got to remember the blip.
uh, and then it's like, and remember, 17 years ago, people agree with Ross because there's a fucking Hulk, and the MCU is not a thing yet. It's like heroes are not a thing yet. Of course, they gotta be on the side of like a Ross
God,
until like at the very end.
I
Yeah.
also I rewatched a little bit of the Incredible Hulk. Yeah, the stylistic choices of the direction, and the Hulk had like incredible amounts of, interference as well, like studio budget cuts or like interference in general. So it had a lot of problems. But like the direction of that film versus like how they direct Red Hulk is just like a night and day difference. But we'll talk about that when we talk about Red Hulk. But yeah, that was just something that like it's like okay, we're blaming him for something that happened 20 years ago. I mean, I guess it's not unrealistic if you want to bring up a current president's old flaws.
Yeah,
But we'll
and
talk
afterward,
about
yeah,
Ross because he gets more of a character ish later in the film. So yeah.
yeah, that's what happened. And then the news report was like, oh, by the way, he also has an outburst in news conference afterwards when he has a mustache.
Yes.
So I was like, what the fuck? That's not Ross. Ross is never that. Ross is never outburst like that, even when he's chasing after Hulk, or in Civil War or Infinity War.
But so so we had this conversation too. It's just like my thing about Ross in Civil War and Endgame, Infinity War specifically. It's just like he's, I guess, Black Widow to a degree. It's just that he's very sterilized in general. Like I can't even recognize him as Ross from 2008 either. So I think that was always a problem with Ross in general. It's like I don't think he had a lot of consistency from project to project. If we're being completely honest.
But at the very least, he's not portrayed as a leader who would just yell at, who will get outbursts. I don't think
The
he's
only
that consistent. I don't think he's that
so
consistent in Incredible Hulk, by the way. But at the very least, he's not like a madman. Was like, who just because of pressure, he would just be like yelling at people.
but then you got to remember he's taken some pills that he's been taking for years, which we'll talk about
Wow,
that later. We'll talk about that
wow.
later.
Lucky that never happened in Infinity War, right? When
Yeah,
fuck,
that's what I'm saying. The more you think about the context of where Ross used to be, drops everything in general.
and by the way, remember, fucking Rhodey committed court martial in Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then people were just like, oh, we a lot of people blame Ross for the rampage in Harlem of capturing the Hulk. And by the way,
So
they showed the abomination fights.
they do
For
specify
that.
they specify that as well. Like, what does that mean? But we'll get to that. So basically, that's just just a general thing, just showing Ross is the president, but there's some bad things in his history. Just
And
something to think about. While he's also
okay,
giving a speech about hope post
that's
Endgame.
yeah, and that's fucking gaslighting.
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
basically,
So what happened?
Go ahead.
So what happened in Harlem? It's like one of his soldier gone rogue. And he becomes abomination, and he literally attacks like soldiers and shit. So he destroyed the city, and everyone just like, oh no, it's Ross's fault. I was like, no, that's
Ross was
the
the one who. So Ross did fund that idea, like to have somebody that can go up against the Hulk. So that's one. He's partially to blame. It's not. I know, like Abomination, Eli Roth. I guess he did have. It was his intuition to go to Samuel Stearns and to further the acceleration to make him more of a hulking monster, so to speak. But Ross himself was like a prime benefactor as to like how that was started, at least. But yeah,
here's the
so
thing.
it's a combined effort.
Here's the thing. If this guy is for blame for like this shit, or like people blame him for this shit, I was like, how do you even get to your position in Civil War? or Infinity War.
Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, again, I wanted to go with I want to go through this later because they kind of talk about it later, and then we can talk about like the Hulk related stuff. But yeah,
Yeah,
uh, let's
and then
you see how much discussion we had for Ross? We haven't even talked about I don't know the Captain America, the title character yet. So that's it. I just find that funny. Uh,
yeah, he just
well, yeah, we'll put a pin on this one so we can talk about it when we get to more Ross related stuff to Harlem.
yeah,
Uh,
I'm just gonna
so yeah,
mention this. The news specifically just mentioned Betty. Oh, Betty is now hates Ross for some reason, and he also like Bruce's girlfriend, but he also hates Ross. Like, why do you need to bring that up in news reports?
yeah, that is true. I didn't think about that. It's yeah, it's like his daughter just hasn't seen her. It's like you know that
I was like, and why do you care? It's like fucking. It's like
because
okay,
it's weird too because like they already showed us that there's a distance between Betty and Ross, even though it's bad. Like, have you heard from Betty, my daughter? Like, but like that already gives you an idea that they don't talk to each other for a while. So it's like I don't know why the news report had to like rub it in, rub it into a point where it doesn't make sense as a line. But yeah,
Mhm.
uh, but yeah. So now we'll put a pin on the Harlem stuff for a bit. We'll talk about where our buddy uh, Sam is on a mission against the Serpent Society in Mexico, going through Sidewinder's men with the help of the U.S. military as his eyes and ears. So it's your. I guess it's kind of like your Winter Soldier intro where Steve
Yeah.
is going to infiltrate Batrock's Hydra ship, kind of thing,
So
for the start of the movie.
they
Mhm.
do something really stupid here. So do you remember that the guy
They do a few.
played?
They do a few things stupid here, but yeah.
But the first thing to notice was like, Thor, because they want to make this a joke or like a badass scene, but it falls flat. Because they're writing on talentless hacks. So Thor is like, we should do a confe, just scouting environments before we do anything. And then Sam was like, fuck that shit. Let me just attack that inside.
Since when did we do covert?
Since fucking
That's
Winter Soldier, the fucking movie you ripped that off from.
see, but this is a sequel to Falcon and the Winter Soldier, so
Even that movie did that. The first scene when you fight Baltron. Yeah,
yeah, kind of, yeah. He tried, but then he poked his head through a window.
Oh, that was so. Hey,
I go ahead.
yeah. So in Winter Soldier, what happened? It's like before Steve jumped down, they already have the data and stuff. But they mentioned is like Steve does not use a parachute, but that's the difference. It's not like Steve was like, "Fuck plans, let me just go in, just guns blazing." That's the difference if they're comparing to Winter Soldier.
Yeah, there's a lot of ties to it because Kevin Feige literally said that we're going back to our Winter Soldier roots, and Winter Soldier has turned into the film of like I don't think people understand, or at least I don't think Marvel understands why people liked Winter Soldier. I know there's been a lot of uncovering in terms of the problems of Winter Soldier, but like I mean, if we're going to be completely honest, I mean, there's still like a lot of things to like about that movie. I don't think it's crazy, but I still think like the studio itself just does not understand what exactly do people like about it because people will just go back to it was serious, it was a political thriller, it was like it had like some kind of serious tone, like not too many jokes or stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Winter Soldier didn't have those things, but at the end of the day, like Winter Soldier's core thing that it had was Steve standing up to his friend despite he was being brainwashed by Hydra. He was doing everything he can in his power to free him, to free his best friend and all that stuff. That human connection is really what people liked about, I mean, at least what people did like about it. I mean, what they seem to like talk about in terms of Winter Soldier is more of the set dressing kind of a thing.
Yeah,
So just Sam, I mean, Sam and Ross, there is kind of a relationship, but it's not really earned, I would say. But like, the thing is, like, my thing about this movie is like, it does try, it tries with this weird concept overall.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they even talked before this movie. I mean, I know they are in the same scene Civil War, but I don't think they actually talk.
It's like he's talking to Steve, where Sam is present, basically. But yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
So my thing is like, I'd say like the first 20 minutes was kind of tolerable, if so to speak, in the sense that like I felt like one, Sam was just more confident in terms of being Captain America. I mean, like it starts off with him like at a bar and listening to the news about Ross as president, and then the bar guy says, "No, you're Captain America. It's on the house," kind of a thing. So it's nice things. It's good that like this is what I noted. It's like it's good that they recognize him now, and Falcon and Winter Soldier was very inconsistent of when they can recognize Sam Wilson or not. So there's that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What was I supposed to talk about? Oh yeah.
So there's like the suit buff, like the suit has been buffed to shit because like it's not only just vibranium, like he has like all sorts of vibranium tech on him, like in the sense that like he can get hit all these times and then it releases a purple kinetic energy like a Black Panther suit, which I didn't like when Black Panther suit did that too, but like at least it was unique to his character, but like now Sam can have it. Oh, but then Torres explains the reason why he has the vibranium thing is because, well, Sam helped out Wakanda before in Endgame, so
I was like,
they rewarded him with that armor. It's like,
what the
oh
fuck?
my god.
Okay, first one on the nose. Second, how the fuck do you not know that when he's literally Captain America? And two, you're literally on the mission with him.
No, Torres explains it to the other guy.
No, the other guy. I'm saying, what is the other guy did not know that? You're literally on the mission with him.
Oh, okay, good. No, my problem is I don't like. I've never really been a fan of like, oh, why don't everybody get Iron Man armor, vibranium suits, and all this stuff. I understand why that could be brought up, but like at the end of the day, these are based off of some comic characters where they don't have these kinds of things, or they don't have access to these kinds of technologies and all this stuff. So it's like I'm okay with characters like not having armor to specifically do it in their specialty. But the problem is like when you start giving an explanation like, oh, Sam has a vibranium suit because he helped Wakanda, that means everybody who helped in Wakanda in Endgame should have vibranium suits, right? So it's like now you're giving everybody plot armor, literally.
Oh, except from Riri Williams in Black Panther Wakanda Forever. She did not
wasn't
get
allowed
the
to. She was not allowed to keep it. She used it during the ending fight, but she had to keep it, like return it back to them, basically.
Yeah. So yes, except for her.
There
Fuck
you go.
her.
I
By the
guess.
and she actually has her. She actually spent time in Wakanda.
Yeah,
And actually,
Sam was just there to help out.
and she's literally fucking friendly with the girl who invented vibranium shit.
Yeah.
By
She's
the
getting
way,
a show out soon this year, I think.
oh, I want to kill myself. If she's got to fight by Fisto for some reason. And also, by the way, Sam launches himself from 2,000 feet off the clouds to
basically does like goes supersonic down from the air to hit the ground. And he does that specifically just to hold a pose, wait for it, and then it releases a sonic blast like 3 seconds later. So it's like, I don't know, what was the point of posing? It's aura farming, I guess.
Even that was like, wow, your feet are broken. There's no way that.
Nah, it's fine. It's vibranium, so everything is fine.
Yeah, that's
but yeah, I mean, he's going up against regular guys with guns.
Of course, no one shoot his head. Of course, let's be real. I mean,
it's kind of hard, I guess.
By the way, he took off his helmet for some reason. The vibranium helmet that can block all the bullets for shooting his head.
Recognition, brand recognition. Sam isn't supposed to have a helmet. But yeah. Also, I'm so sick of these Ant-Man like helmets too. Nanotech helmets. They're dumb as shit, but that's a different conversation. Yeah, the Black Panther enhancements to his suit. It brings up all these other problems, like we said, because so many people helped out in Infinity War Endgame, so that's annoying. So Sam is getting praised online for being a good man who operates without a serum, and this is kind of why I bring up the vibranium suit, because people talk about him. Oh, Sam is so good because he doesn't need the serum to do anything. But when you give him a vibranium suit, that pretty much enhances his strength, his durability by a lot. He's able to do things in a crazy amount of feats because of the suit. Then it doesn't. I mean, like, yeah, he doesn't have the serum, but he's still like more indestructible because of the vibranium stuff, and he has the kinetic energy blast now. So yeah, it's like, yeah, he doesn't have the serum like Steve or Bucky, but like, how much is he really of a normal guy if he's like suited up like some kind of super soldier anyway, just not in the strength wise. So
By the way, who do you think will win between Captain America and Iron Man? If Iron Man actually wants to kill Steve in Civil War,
well, do I bring up the comic stuff or do I bring up
no, just the MCU.
the MCU? Then I don't see why Iron Man wouldn't kill Captain America.
Just assume that they're in death battle. So if they're gonna kill, who do you think will win?
So the big thing with Iron Man, so Steve is faster than Tony in that regard. So if you were to do blast, Steve would be able to at least have quick enough reflexes to dodge around. But Steve has the disadvantage that Iron Man can fly. So he, he can keep his distance and all this stuff, so that Steve doesn't directly hit him.
Okay, the actual answer is Steve is absolutely gotta lose, because in Civil War, as Tony had many chances to kill him, but instead he was like, "Fuck off," so I can kill your friend. So that's what happened. So Tony will absolutely win. So if I ask you who will win between Sam and
I still think it's a little bullshit in my opinion, but again, we have to use MCU logic. So yeah.
Oh, if you're gonna enter death battle, if you're gonna enter comic book logic, I know that Tony has a God Buster, which can defeat Celestials, which can destroy the multiverse, because he can fight Galactus.
That is true.
So
see, but everybody gets power boosts, but like there's a limit. There is a limit.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, Sam is obviously gonna kick the shit off Steve if he has this kind of technology.
So another thing that I noted was that Sam was reflecting some bullets off that killed soldiers.
I was like, I don't think that's how
vibranium. Remember how in Falcon Winter Soldier he was like, he would kill in episode 1, but then refused to kill after that episode. So
yeah, he's more.
It's also the other thing is like the MCU is just very inconsistent to the no kill rule, because the MCU doesn't have it, which personally annoys me, but I can't really do anything because it's been established for so many decades now. Over a decade, I mean, but yeah. So yeah, Taurus works with Sam as the second Falcon, and he gets his opportunity to show the audience this when the Serpent Society split up regarding the two to operate separately. So basically, there's this MacGuffin. It's just like Civil War, kind of like with that opening. Oh, they have like the thing that could like. They have the thing that like the adamantium thing, and so apparently the Serpent Society, they stole it, and they're trying to take advantage of that. And
so basically just a Civil War, just Winter Soldier.
And then there's also like the other things. The other group has like a hostage situation going on, again like Winter Soldier. Like so Sam has to go and save them. So and then Taurus would go out to sneak over to get the adamantium from the other guys. So yeah, Sam isn't a fan of Taurus going out on his own because he's worried that when he's Falcon, like he might get killed. But it's something that's in his head, but like he still lets him go. So there's Sidewinder, played by Giancarlo Esposito.
Basically, he's not the guy who just people hire to play villains if they're underwritten.
I
He's always yeah.
he pisses me off so much. Like, and it's ultimately because like the fact that this guy was like again, I didn't want him to be Xavier or Magneto, but the fact that he's been fan casted like these kinds of like high prolific characters and like he becomes some random ass sidewinder, uh, not even sidewinder because he's just guy with gun, so he has no snake powers or anything like that, or anything like so. Yeah, this like so just to say like the Serpent Society have nothing to do with the Serpent Society like
Oh,
whatsoever.
absolutely. This entire scene is reshoot.
I'm sure of it. I mean, but then people say, "Oh, but like, actually, in the original cut, there was more Serpent Society members like Asp and Constrictor and Black Mamba." It's like,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, you're
yeah.
listing more members of Serpent Society, but I don't believe you because Diamondback, played by Rosa Salazar,
And
uh,
also, what's it called? The other guy played by Seth Rogen.
Seth Rollins playing what was it? I believe Cobra, yeah,
Copperhead.
Copperhead. You're right. No. Copperhead was in the movie. I think it was Cobra. Like he was the other one basically. But yeah,
Uh,
those two were cut out, deleted scenes. They kept only two guys. Copperhead was
no,
just a taller guy.
no. By the way, those they also have toys already, and they're not
They
in the
already,
movie.
yeah, they made toys already. They made Happy Meals for them, for McDonald's. But yeah, no, they, God, I'll talk more about the Serpent Society later. But yeah, so basically, Sam, there's like this hostage situation. The nuns are there. They're captured, and Sam, like, has to he uses Red Wing to like basically sneak up on the guys behind them so that like Sam is not going to attack them, but Red Wing will basically shoot them in the back. Well, no, he didn't shoot him, like they used like a taser to knock him out. So yeah, Sam
Yeah,
being a hero.
because
Uh,
by the way, we actually when we were doing a watch party, we pointed out that the people are literally touching the hostages. So if Red Wing is tasting the people, it's also got to taste the hostages.
yeah, I think they thought it was like in like Star Wars they have the paralyzed ray basically. There's a technical term for it. You know what I mean? Like it's like the circle thing, and it knocks people out instead of killing them. I think
Yeah,
that's what they thought they were doing, but no, it's more like a taser.
yeah. Those are so yeah. Gus is just playing generic evil person.
Yeah. So Sam finds Sidewinder. The thing is, like, Sam throws the shield like near him, so it's like so it doesn't hit him.
It's
I
like
guess. I guess. But then Copperhead goes behind Sam, and then they start a fight, which gets Sidewinder to leave. Um, and by
because
the way, fantastic thing. It's like Sam like already knows these guys, Sidewinder, Copperhead. Like they knew each other from the past. So it's like it. I mean, it's kind of like Steve and Batroc. Like how we didn't really get to see their origins of how they met. We just know that they already know each other. They're familiar with each other. It's not in Batroc's mo, like that kind of thing.
but yeah,
Uh,
and they did fucking rip off Captain America. Like Winter Soldier, the scene that Steve just took off his helmet to have a boxing. Because and also Sam literally just
well,
misses
also,
Gus for some
well,
reason when he has his back turned.
no, he chose to not hit him. Like
That
he
was
did it. It was like a warning thing. That's the thing. That's the problem with the shield. It's like the shield is not like a. The shield is weird to throw as a warning shot. I don't know why they've been doing that. They even did that in X-Men '97. But again, we're not talking about that show. They so yeah, basically Sam fights Copperhead. Copperhead is, of course, he doesn't have snake powers. He's just a regular bigger guy.
but
And Sam does struggle fighting, and this is the scene that we got to see earlier as like a promotional video for that.
oh yeah, you
Now,
showed me that.
it's not as bad in the context of the movie, like once it's like in the flow of the movie, but it was really bad as a promotion. Like like, I mean, it's not a good scene. Don't get me wrong, but like, I would say like when putting it in the movie, like seeing the before and after, it's like it's not as bad, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then
But
he.
it does have your MCU quirks. I mean, it's like it's honestly the quirks don't really happen that often in this movie, so I'll give it that. But it
Yeah.
was like Taurus was pretty cringe. That you can't save that.
So this guy was like, hey, because I was like in the context of the movie, I was like, is this guy a super soldier or some shit? That would make some sense. And now it's like, no, he's just a regular guy. I was like, what the? How do you even hurt
He's
vibranium?
it's just taller. It's just taller. Taller guy means more muscle strength,
Yeah,
basically.
he's just beating the guy with vibranium armor. I was like, what the? Yeah, every single time you punch him, it's gonna hurt him. It's gonna hurt your hand.
Yeah, but he's got adamantium, which they don't ever say that, by the way.
Yeah, so I was like, so
That
it's
was like
some
that's like revealed in the subtitle or something, like not
nice.
subtitle, but like subtext or something. He stabs him with a knife that pierces through his armor. Sam never questions that. Like, wait, something pierced my armor. This knife that shouldn't be possible. No, it's not because it's adamantium. But they never mentioned that. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Uh,
because yeah, yes, and Sam
Sam
just wasted.
defeats Copperhead. Used the same zinger that Copperhead gave him. Copperhead stabs Sam with the adamantium knife, but Sam knocks him out afterwards. Sidewinder does get away, but they do like essentially like arrest Copperhead. He's approached by Dennis Dumfie, who's Demolition Man in the comics, but here he's just generic military guy.
Oh, he's
Which
absolutely. I'm gonna be honest. He absolutely added during reshoots.
I'm so the thing is like Captain America is like one of the worst characters like when it comes to his franchise, when it comes to other characters that have their own personalities or their own like villains or anything like that. It happened to Crossbones. It happened with, I mean, it kind of happened to Pierce too, but like it happened to the Serpent Society for sure. And then now it's happening to Demolition Man, which is they're always like turned into like these generic military people, and I hate it so much. But again, that's another conversation. Um, Yeah, I mean, Demolition Man is a really cool character, but
And
because he's obscure, nobody will care.
by
Uh,
the way, these fuckers just arrived literally just 3 seconds after Sam defeated this copperhead guy.
mhm.
Which I was like, dude, maybe fucking kick his ass first and then catch Giancarlo Esposito, and then you don't have
So,
to
but
deal with the.
he went off screen, so he got away safe.
How did these military guys not intercept this guy? He does not even have an army anymore.
He has to. He's got the aura. What do you expect? It's Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah, maybe that's why he can scare Homelander for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy's literally just cast as generic evil guy now. Because nothing in the writing that he's cast
I'm
as.
also I'm no, I'm gonna be really honest here because like I'm actually really annoyed at Giancarlo actually because like he had this conversation about wanting to play another character who's more like a hero, like a heroic character and all that stuff. He's actually talked about it. So the fact that he accepted this kind of role is actually pretty pathetic. I mean I respect him as an actor. He's a very good actor and all that stuff. But I just can't respect when like if you're gonna get not gonna stay true to yourself. If you really don't want to play a role like this, why'd you accept it? Oh well, I mean, you see, he got to have a gun. He got to scrap up with Captain America. I mean, I guess he's doing something different
No,
compared to
fuck
say,
that shit.
but
I've
even then, it's like I mean, you had Moff Gideon, so it's like you still
don't
got
worry.
to do action in your career before. So
I'm sure this guy has like 50 million in his paycheck. That's the reason, and that's why this region costs like 100 million for no reason.
yeah, and it's like there was this other rumor like he could be like George Washington Bridge, like a Shield agent. Which the whole thing with Agents of Shield is like up in the air at this point. But like I would have accepted that, something more heroic for him and all that stuff. But I don't know. Like I don't know who George Washington Bridge is. That sounds stupid. So let's make him Sidewinder. Yeah, that makes it so better. But yeah, that's just a personal thing I have an issue. Um, but yeah, that's basically the fight. And then it
By the
cuts
way,
back to Ross. Uh huh.
so by the way, Sam could absolutely catches Giancarlo Esposito with his Red Wings.
Yeah, it's like let me fight Copperhead, Red Wing. You go after, because like he pretty much has Red Wing like separate into multiple, like can separate into multiple like Red Wings. By the way, Red Wing is like so overpowered. Speaking of that, Captain America character is like all like becoming generic shit. Red Wing is another example of fucking Falcon turned into like a robot. But that's yeah, we've talked about that before.
By the way, don't forget that Red Wing can take down a helicopter and fucking in the show by firing
Mhm.
missiles.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, biggest notes here. Sam's vibranium suit is way OD, but my thing is like Sam should be dealing with Serpent Society. Like that's his like playhouse. Like that's the villain group that he should be dealing with. He should not be dealing with I don't know a Red Hulk, a leader. Leave that to fucking I don't know the Hulk or something. But you know maybe they justify it later. Maybe they justify it later. But we'll get to that. So it cuts to Ross placing flowers on his wife's grave, and he tells his special agent Taylor, who's barely a character, that Betty doesn't believe that he has changed and she won't forgive him for what is something that we don't really know about. But if you remember the 2008 Hulk, apparently there's this line where Ross was talking about Bruce was a fugitive, and Betty was like, "You were the one who made him a fugitive because you couldn't accept the failures that you had, and you wanted to put the blame on Bruce essentially. So don't ever refer to me as your daughter again." Again, something that was like many years ago, so people don't remember that.
Oh yeah, except that happened before the climax. If you guys remember the climax of
I still don't think
Operation
she.
Bond.
I still don't think she. To be fair, I don't think she really forgave him, quote unquote. I wouldn't say that she did. Uh,
I'll say that the relationship
she wasn't as mad as like when she said that line initially. I will say that.
yeah. I mean, if your fucking father does like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna save your boyfriend now. At the end, when I have all the chance to capture him, I'm gonna free him to other cities. I was like, I'll have a better relationship with your father. I mean, I don't think that she got hate your guts anymore. Okay, I don't think that they will still be fixed. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I won't be thinking
No,
that she will hate your
I'm
guts.
sorry. I'm sorry. You can't do anything. Like you cannot save this at all because this is literally like 20 plus years later. And the fact that Bruce Banner does not give a fuck about Betty Ross, he's never talked about her, he's never mentioned her, he's never had any inkling of showing that he had any caring for her at all. Like there was like nothing throughout the Hulk's journey, period, like that had anything to do with Betty Ross. Honestly, he's never even interacted with General Ross post post civil because Civil War, he was like in Ragnarok at that time, so he wasn't there. And then he wasn't like there was one scene where Ross and Bruce Banner were in the room together, but Ross had his back turned on Bruce Banner, so that he didn't even see him. So yeah, you go through like an entire decade. Ross is like Bruce Banner is like one of his biggest like arch nemesis in the comics, and like these guys don't interact with each other because of the rules with Universal's contract and all that stuff. But now we're here in the film post 2024's contract release, and now Betty Ross is like mad at Bruce, like mad that Bruce like was like hunted as a fugitive. Okay? So what was your opinions on everything that had to do with the Hulk post Incredible Hulk?
It was like
Did
when
any
he
of your
saved the
feelings?
world.
Yeah, it's like honestly, and the people don't even hate Bruce Banner anymore, like because Bruce Banner's a bitch now. So maybe there's that. Being the Professor Hulk and all that. So, but yeah, we don't like. He's not. He's what I mean to say is like he's not hunting the Hulk anymore. So I don't know, like I don't really know what she's still upset about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get you, but at the same time, was like, yeah, I just don't know what you're upset about. That's the thing. And at the end of the Incredible Hulk, implies change already,
Yeah,
and you just put because you after all the things that Ross did, I was like, of course you got to believe that your dad changed. What the fuck do you think happened in the climax? That's my problem.
yeah. My only thing is like I she could still be upset with Ross, but like it just doesn't work because we're talking about something that was more than a decade, 2 decades ago at this point. So like there's no way that like she still has like the same resentment, especially since like Bruce has never mentioned Betty at all. There's never been any inkling of showing that oh they still hang out from time to time. They still like interact or they still like even if it's off screen there's nothing that ever like implies that like maybe he got married to Betty and we just didn't see that. They don't even do any of
No,
that. So it's like how am I
no,
supposed to
fuck.
know like how these characters feel about each other if they don't show any of that?
I mean, last time we have Betty's in What If. If you guys even remember that show
Yeah, I mean they got Liv Tyler for that as well.
for like a few lines.
It's not really much. It was that episode where they what if the Avengers were all killed earlier or by evil Hank Pym or something like that, I think.
Yeah, that's apparently good or some shit. No, that's it's horrible. Fuck you. No, okay,
Uh
it's one of the
yeah.
better episodes, but yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah, so basically, he's just saying this to Agent Taylor. I guess Agent Taylor just doesn't know about it, and he's just, as an ear for somebody to hear. Okay, I guess. She's not. She doesn't think he'll be able to forgive him, but he thinks that he has to get this treaty to work out the about the Celestial Island adamantium thing, which we'll talk about later. So he needs this to work, and maybe this will be the key to get, Betty back on his side.
Fuck you.
Uh,
That's not gonna fucking. Why would Betty care about that shit? I'm sorry.
I'm kind of confused too. But we'll get back to that. So Sam confides with Demolition Man that it seems odd how the Serpent Society seemed to be out in the open with this canister, and he learns that they were trying to send this back to Japan, but they don't know why yet. So that was just kind of some intel kind of things. Again, Dennis is just some guy in the military that Sam trusts and all this stuff. Where did they become friends? Don't know.
Yeah,
It's
and
it's kind of like Taurus, to be honest. In the
yeah,
last
it's like,
in the show.
yeah, he's like, oh, what the fuck is happening? Yeah, they just like, I don't even know what's happening. They just like suspect something, and they never do anything about this. Like okay, I think they never report to a military and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just kind of confused about that. I was like, what does that have to do with anything? No, nothing.
Yeah. But yeah, yeah. So eventually
And then we got Torres.
Taurus comes back to Sam, and it's
He
like
acts like a
you did,
fucking, yeah.
yeah. It's just rookie talk. Yeah,
I
I
was
was
like,
good.
what?
I did great. Like, yeah, I mean, like maybe I could have done this better. This. It's like, oh yeah, if you do it this way, then you could do better. It's a mentor mentee relationship.
Slightly
Okay.
feel.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, when the fuck do you joke like this in Falcon and the Soldier?
So he, so I do I rewatched the show a lot because of the videos. He does have bits and humors of humor, but like it's not. Honestly, I said Taurus kind of talks like me in a way. Like I can be pretty serious, and then like I start capping when I get to a tail end of a conversation. So I mean, but I wouldn't say he's like a goofball. I just think like he's just too super excited being Falcon and all that stuff. But then again, we learn later in the film as to why uh, when he became Falcon was a big deal. But we'll get to that. I don't. I don't think it's. I really don't think he's that different from show to movie. From what I, just from rewatching it a lot. Um,
Okay, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna bring you some guy who learned to like teach you the fundamentals from the ground up." But here's the thing: he's not a people person.
who's not a people person?
Yeah, so he's not a people person. That's what he set up. Describe that person. And so
Tor?
he, no, so he brings him to Isaiah, who's not a people person.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, so brings him to a gym to train or some shit.
Yeah. So Sam and Torres go to Isaiah for training. Sam has revealed that Sam tells Isaiah that he has known Torres for 3 years. 3 years. So we have no idea what that means in terms of did he meet Torres prior to the blip, and like he's a factoring in his death time. Is Falcon and the Winter Soldier 3 years after? Is the movie 3 years after Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Because in both cases, Torres was his friend already prior to the events of the show, which was 6 months after Endgame. Or if the show takes place 3 years after Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And then even then, it's like it brings up the questions of what was Captain America doing for all these years later, because we don't really get to hear about Captain America in other projects or anything like that. This is the problem too, as well as like the refusal of acknowledging other events and other characters that you can't even get a sense of like. I mean, like even if some other character is doing something, you could still have a news report that Captain America did this on this side of the planet.
Oh,
Things
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
When I saw this, like, why the fuck did Sam bring Torres to Isaiah for training? I was like, no, this guy knows how to like fight physically and stuff. He just learned how to fight in a wingsuit. You think Torres gonna help you with that?
Torres knows how to fight in the well. I mean, he has military training, but the thing is, like Sam himself is like trained in combat from that plus his additional like fighting skills as Falcon. So
yeah, I was
the only thing I could say about Isaiah in general, like Isaiah still has like an old rustic kind of style since he's a lot older. So that I mean, any skill you can learn from anything is going to be helpful in terms of the fighting abilities. But I don't think that it's going to solve like the problems that Taurus was having in terms of his fighting style in the air.
Yeah,
that's just something that Sam would have to help him with.
That's why I was so confused. Like, oh, you got need training. I was like, Isaiah is gonna help you. I was like, no.
Well, he did say from the ground up. So Isaiah would fundamentally make sense as from the ground up.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time, it's just how much from the ground up is he referring to?
Yeah. So my other issue too is like, so this scene is like riddled with like, oh, remember this from the show? Because again, for a lot of people, there's a lot of people who have said online they have not seen Falcon the Winter Soldier, something that you had to factor in. So the way they do that is, well, remember in some other event we talked about this character, this and this and this and this and this about their personality and this is what they're like and all that stuff. So yeah, so that you guys understood everything. No, who cares? So yeah, Joaquin makes fun of he makes fun of Isaiah for a little bit because he's just some old man. What could he possibly train him in? Then you have Sam actually explain that is Isaiah Bradley, and then suddenly Joaquin is like, wait, the legendary Isaiah Bradley who was captured in prison for 30 years. It's like I really hate exposition like this, man. I understand people did not watch the show, but God, it's terrible. Especially since Joaquin doesn't know who Isaiah is. But then, even then, it's been 3 years post Falcon and Winter Soldier. He has a whole mural to him in the Smithsonian Museum. So I don't think it's.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, that does not make sense in the context of Falcon and Winter Soldier. We know that this guy has a fucking museum about him, and he's friends with Sam.
Honestly speaking, like I feel like Joaquin would have met Isaiah earlier, if we're being honest, because it's been 3 years.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh,
why are you starting
and
to train him from the ground up now? That's what I don't
I was saying,
understand.
maybe should you do that before he has the wingsuits?
That's yeah, no, it's like I don't think it makes sense at all. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I would only understand it if this was the first time, like actually, the first time he was being Falcon, and he's never been Falcon before. But even in the movie, they said he has been Falcon before.
Yeah.
The events of this movie, so it's like he has been Falcon for a little bit. It's not like this is his first time ever being Falcon, so it doesn't make sense. And I feel like Joaquin should have already met Isaiah earlier, but they need to do it so just to help audience remember. Oh, this is the character I didn't recognize because I didn't see Falcon and Winter Soldier. I don't know who. Honestly, I don't know who either of these characters are. So if you go from Endgame to Cap 4,
Yeah.
yeah, so clearly meant to be reestablished stuff for people who didn't watch the show prior to the movie. Sam does train a bit. It's kind of fun. It's a kind of a fun scene. They play capture the flag through a boxing match kind of a style. I think it kind of reminded me of that training montage scene from the Marvels, like where we did say like that was probably our favorite scene in that movie. Just when the actors get to have fun and chemistry kind of stuff. Um, but then Sam gets a call from the president. Um,
And then okay,
we
so
we see
but there's
Isaiah gets upset, and he walks away.
so
He doesn't say anything, but he just walks away.
well,
Um,
here, there's a lot of things that I do not like in this thing. I was like, because there's a few things.
okay.
I don't know what the fuck, because like, oh, I need a break because Captain America have to take a call, and the fucking Isaiah was like, oh, Captain America does not get to take a break, does not get to take 5.
Uh, that's semantics.
And the fact that they were like the in a fight, the last hit is all that matters. Like, no, I think that's the first hit that's matter. I think.
I think that's a little bit semantics. I'd say that the whole like I was like, let me just take a break. It's like the captain like I get in the sense like superheroes shouldn't be taking a break, kind of a thing. But that's
But
like
like,
it's not meant to be literally. I think it's just joking, kind of a thing. But it's like, but Sam says like I'm not quitting. Like I'm going to continue this. Just give me a second, kind of a thing. I don't know. I didn't have an issue with that.
yeah, I guess. But it's like, and then this Isaiah was like, you just got okay, and then they followed it up with a joke afterwards. Remember the joke? So Taurus, Isaiah just pulls out his phone and it's like, I'm gonna use this phone, and then the fucking Taurus is like, just pull out his protection sticker.
Yeah.
It was like, why?
It's like, oh, like I get it. Like a lot of us, we don't really use it.
I was like, my phone has a protection sticker, you fuckhead.
It's like just because you don't like it doesn't mean I don't like it. It's like
Yeah,
dick move. Yeah.
yeah, it is a dick move. It's like, why would you do that, Taurus?
Yeah. Yeah. So later we see. So this is a huge base, by the way. Like, because like they're. I mean, so they're in Baltimore. So they're in the same state where Isaiah is from, but they're in this like huge facility, like this huge like facility where they have like a boxing match ring. They have like like a giant pool table and all that stuff, like a kitchen. So it's a pretty big area. So I was just kind of curious, like that's a lot of resources, resource access that these guys just have. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be like another secret military base where they have he literally has like a Falcon cave, like a Captain America cave. I just found that interesting, but especially when the last show had like issues with money. So
I mean, now he's Captain America, so the bank gave him money, I guess.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, so So Sam does ask, like, is there something the matter? And Isaiah was just not super happy that Sam answered the call for the president. Isaiah has a problem with it's not that he has an issue with the president per se. It's just more like who he's talking to, Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. And he says that, so this is something that kind of annoyed me. So he says he deserved a nickname like that, Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, but they actually never establish why he is called Thunderbolt Ross.
No, because he's angry. That's it. Yes, he outbursts during the courts. That's literally it.
Yes, that's weak. No, but you see, the reason why the Thunderbolts team in the next movie is going to be called the Thunderbolts is just because Yelena was on a soccer team called the Thunderbolts. That's it.
What the?
I don't understand.
Oh, it's like Captain the Avengers actually because of Captain Marvel's middle name is Avengers.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Jesus.
So yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sam says like he understands where Isaiah's coming from, because Ross was the one who threw him in the raft and hounded him, Natasha, and Steve for years. So Isaiah just doesn't really get it. So like, why would you want to work for somebody like that? And then he says, well, Captain America has no business working. Well, Isaiah is saying Captain America doesn't really have to work for the government. And it doesn't really look good for Captain America to help somebody who's bad like Ross. Again, things that we don't really see or know about or see about yet. So it's like in this stage, it's like, oh, maybe there's something deep secrets about Ross that we don't know about yet, which technically there are, but again, we'll get to that.
He has no reason to suspect that. That's a fucking thing.
Or it's like, I mean, unless you really think that the Harlem situation was that bad, which I guess it kind of is, but like, it's hard because like that thing was decades ago. So.
Oh, and this guy was like so mad at fucking Ross for no reason. I was like, I don't understand why you even hate him. This guy is like,
yeah. Again, like it's not that I don't understand where his disdain for the government comes from, especially when he's been in prison for 30 years for something he didn't do, and all that stuff. But I think my issue mostly just stems for the fact that like it's just tying everything back to Ross, because Ross is the main character of this film, to be honest. That's mainly my thing. So Sam's explanation, yeah, maybe Ross is not a great person, but like it's he should stand next to the president, Ross or not, because it gives hope. So he mentioned that if anything happens, he has a friend on the inside that will keep an eye on Ross if something goes wrong. I guess that's Agent Taylor, I guess.
Yeah, Lila Taylor. But of course, they never established their relationship, so I have no idea what the fuck. And to be honest, I'm gonna be honest here, what the fuck is not Sharon Carter?
Well, she's evil.
Who the fuck cares?
Which Sam doesn't know.
Just say that she's actually calling her uncle.
Honestly, I'd be fine with Taylor if they actually established Taylor earlier, like that they knew each other and all that stuff. Maybe like she wasn't like in her secret agent duty time, which to be fair, I don't know if you can actually get free time when you're supposed to protect the president. But I mean, if there's something, then like at least establish that relationship prior. Or because like I'm pretty sure Taylor was a girlfriend of Sam in the comics originally. She's not anymore.
I'm gonna be probably at a cutting room floor.
It's probably in the cutting room floor, because there are some scenes of her in the trailers that are not in the movie at all. Same with another character, which we will talk about her later. But yeah.
Remember, Sam said, "Oh, remember Ross threw me in prison, Sam, Steve, and Natasha as well.
Yeah.
Remember that?
We talked about that, yeah.
Oh, by the way, Ross never threw Natasha in prison. Fun.
No, she didn't say. No, he said he threw me in the raft, and then he hounded me, Steve, and Natasha. Like he bothered us for so many years. That's what he was saying.
And then Ross was like, "Oh, why do you work for him?" I was like, "No."
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
So Sam was just saying like being next to the president gives hope to the people, And anything that goes wrong with Ross, there's somebody inside that would be able to keep an eye to see if there's anything wrong. Even though, but like, what I like about this conversation, I think Anthony and Carl have really good chemistry with each other. So he does do like a final assurance. Despite all of this, it's not like I've forgotten about you, Isaiah. Isaiah does lighten the mood by acknowledging Sam is using his counseling bullshit on him to cause Sam to laugh. Which honestly, it was a nice ending to that scene.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
it's just weird because at the end of like Isaiah, I was like, oh, actually, okay, I don't even know what Isaiah's character in Falcon Winter Soldier is. He hates being seen when they're left alone, and then at the end, he's like, oh, I love being seen. I don't want to be left alone.
See, now this is where we're gonna have to disagree a little bit because I do agree. I hate Isaiah's portrayal in the show, and I've bitched about it so many times. But I was honest, like I talked about the possibility of like, what if you take out Falcon and Winter Soldier, like it doesn't exist, and this is the first introduction to all these characters. I do think it kind of fixes things a little bit. So because again, I've seen friends who've watched the film, did not watch the show at all, but they had like a decent time because like they didn't have to remember the show and see that, oh, we're doing the same thing again. So for them, it's like kind of a fresh take, so they don't have to worry about that. Which I can understand that perspective. Now, knowing us, we watched all these things, so we can actually see where there's a lot of redundancies and a lot of things that are ultimately regressing the characters because of this. Isaiah, though, kind of benefits a little bit with the removal of Falcon and Winter Soldier because one, he just has a better personality overall. Like he's just a lot more open to talking to people and all that stuff. He just gives me more of Isaiah Bradley from the comics that like the show refused to do because they wanted to do the whole angry guy of the government and things like that.
No, fuck that shit. They just want to say BLM. That's it.
I know. I mean, like the show came out during that time period as well. But yeah, I mean, Isaiah's just a very different character altogether. Like I feel like he's just better portrayed in this one. Honestly, for me, I know like we kind of had a disagreement, but like my only thing is like I do like Isaiah, kind of like not like purely, but like I think he was. I think he had the most going for him in terms of like what I can like about him. Especially because thankfully they changed his personality to make him more nicer than being like just like upset about the whole world and all this stuff. So I can at least appreciate that. And I will talk about like what was my personal favorite scene of the movie later. But yeah. So Sam tells Isaiah that the president did invite him and Joaquin to the White House for what happened in Mexico. But Sam said that he'll only go on one condition if he extends the invitation to Isaiah. Isaiah was reluctant, but he then ended up agreeing to Sam's gesture. Yeah, so like,
yeah, I guess. I mean, I would probably just invite other friends as well, like Sharon, Bucky. People in Falcon Winter Soldier.
But he doesn't like Sharon. See, that's the problem. And Bucky's a congressman now, which we'll get to that.
I don't even. Yeah, I think Sam and Sharon do like each other. He just does not know Sharon's evil now.
No, he doesn't like her. I mean, you saw how he treated Carly over her.
All right, that bitch. What is he like Carly again?
Who cares? She's dead.
Right.
Yeah.
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 By the way, this entire thing. That's the major plot of where Sharon's literally throughout the entire film. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean?
The girl who works for the government now, who has like 2 satellites, has a private company. Understand the super soldier serum was like, yeah, why don't you give her a call?
Again, Marvel hates her. Feige, Dumb and Dumber don't like Sharon Carter at all. I can bitch all day about that, but I don't want to.
No, don't worry. I've got to summarize the issue. Why the fuck is Sharon in the entire film? I've got to summarize it right now.
I don't want her, to be honest, because I'm tired of disrespecting her, to be honest.
No. Oh,
I'm just
don't
gonna
worry.
say I'm glad she's not in this because honestly, I cannot deal any more toxicity.
No,
With Sharon
oh,
Carter.
no, don't worry. I mean, okay, you don't get what I mean. I was like, I
No,
don't.
I get what you mean. I refuse to see her again. It's
Oh
it's
yeah.
it's the Cersei thing.
I mean,
I
yeah.
don't want to see her again.
It's just their fault for writing the scenario. Like, okay, now you just made a reversal scenario. It's like, where's in Winter Soldier? Where is Iron Man?
See, I used to blame Malcolm Spellman for how Sharon was written, and yes, he wrote Sharon badly. But the thing is, he said that it was Feige's idea to make Sharon evil.
I mean,
So it's like, so it's like I kind of give Malcolm Spellman a little bit of flack now because like, yeah, it's not really. It's like he only wrote it that way because Feige wanted her that way. So it's like, and then you have a bunch of people in the Marvel studio who doesn't like Sharon Carter to begin with because they don't like everything to do with like Peggy's niece and all that stuff and all that weird stuff that they wrote themselves because they wanted to put Steve and Peggy together. But again, I've already accepted that. It's not going to be the Sharon Carter that I like from the comics and all this stuff. And even then, it's like I could have been fine with Taylor, but Taylor's not a character. That's the problem. I mean, I guess like Sharon's benefit is that she is a pre-established character, so they don't have to like add more to her if they just wanted a government official. But yeah.
To be honest, I don't give a shit. Do you care about? Do you like her or not? Ishikawa was like, you wrote the scenario like this. It's your fault to write the fact that there's no way that she's not gonna get involved. It's like this. It's like Winter Soldier. It's your fault. That the one established where the fuck is Iron Man. It's your fault. Iron Man 3 that Iron Man did not call the
Again,
other
I
Avengers.
I don't care about that either because ultimately people they do sandboxing all the time. Like, oh, like this is the action figures I like to play with, and like ignore the ones that I don't want to play with. They do this all the time. It's not a new problem. It's not a new problem.
Yeah, I know, but it's still a problem regardless.
I don't. The thing is, like, you can make anybody a government official. You don't have to make Sharon specifically the government official. They just turned Bucky into a government official just this movie. Anybody could be in the government. It doesn't have to be Sharon specifically. Is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, that's literally at the end of the fucking. It's just the problem is like, okay, no one think of, hey, why don't we get over help? It's like, oh well, but yeah, I don't want to argue. Fuck this.
I'm just saying, like they've ignored Sharon for so long. I don't see what the difference is. Because you can bring in like Mockingbird, and then like it's almost a similar thing. But yeah. What? What do you mean what? I was like, you could put like you can call Nick Fury, right? Nick Fury's around.
Wait, what the fuck is Nick Fury? Shit, he is working for the government.
That's what I'm saying.
That is also a plot hole.
Like, see, this is why I don't want to talk about that because, like,
oh shit! Oh fuck! There's the scrolls. Yeah, there's also the scrolls in Secret Invasion that's revealed in public now. That's also
I wanted to save the scroll conversation for later. But we are going to talk about the scrolls a little bit as well. But that's what I'm saying. You could do this for like multiple characters, and like we could do this all day, literally. But yeah, again, up until this point, I didn't really hate what I was watching so far, but that's because the plot hasn't started yet. That's really what it came down to. Sam goes to the Oval Office and speaks to Ross on their own. There's like a decent fourth wall break. Frankly, I'm still trying to get used to the new look, which Ross said, I had to lose the mustache or otherwise he would lose the election. That was kind of funny. The meta joke about the recast. Ross thanks Sam for his services in Mexico, and if that didn't happen, the treaty might have not been in full effect. He lets Sam know that they haven't always been eye to eye, but his services for the country shows that he, as Captain America, should help him in restarting the Avengers again. And then Sam has to ask, you're the one who enforced the Sokovia Accords, so what was with the change of heart? And Ross said that he represents all of Americans, and more than half of them would not exist anymore without the Avengers. And Ross says that the country still needs them, but Sam is still wondering if they were to disagree again with something about an order, what would happen. But Ross said they can at least try to figure it out together. And you don't have to do it now. You don't need to agree to make the Avengers now. Just think about it. Any thoughts on that conversation?
No, this is actually a half decent conversation. That's actually makes sense. That's actually completely reasonable, and it's like my favorite scene of the entire film.
It's my second favorite.
No, it's like my favorite because I was like, oh my god, it's actually competently written.
It's still my second favorite. I'll explain what my favorite is later.
And then it's like because this entire scene is funny because we literally joked about it in my stream with other people. It was like, what the fuck? It's Isaiah literally just turned into a deep bro. It's like, hey, I'm now actually really funny, and I actually like to talk to his post on Snapchat, Instagram. It's like, okay.
Again, I prefer this Isaiah way more than Falcon the Winter Soldier, so I really didn't care, to be honest. I'm glad he's better.
I know, but at the same time, I was like, dude, he's not a people person, and now he's a people person. I was like, wow, funny.
He's not. It's more like you have to be friends with him, and then he'll do that. But like he won't do it with everybody.
And it's like, I know what airdrop is. What the airdrop? It's like, to be honest, it sounds like Twitter dialogue when I saw this. Like,
it's old humor. I know what airdrop is. What is airdrop? No, it's like Disney sitcom.
Fun.
Yeah.
I
was
like, hey, funny. Let's just have more jokes, and then we got like a stupid person.
I will say that these jokes weren't as bad compared to old Marvel humor.
And then after this, we got the fucking president scene. I was like,
yeah. So this is where I lost interest. So Ross goes inside of a dome in front of all the presidents and prime ministers across the world to talk about Celestial Island, Tiamat, that was from Eternals jutting out of the planet from the Indian Ocean. And he mentions that countries have came in to claim it as their own. And it turns out the Celestial is made out of adamantium that can help with tech, medicine, and defense. How it is more indestructible than vibranium, which, by the way, you can't be more indestructible. That's impossible.
And then I saw this. I was like, oh, why the fuck do you need to tell them all of this?
I didn't care about that because it's just normal preamble. Normally, when we have a conversation for debates or anything, you have to give some kind of preamble.
I was like, here's vibranium. Yeah, and then there's a field thing. I was like,
no, it's okay. But yeah.
And then I was like, this is gotta be application for medication. I was like, this is metal. It's not gonna help you for medication.
It does, but I don't want to get into that. Because vibranium does that too.
But remember vibranium because like it's weird because what they say it's okay. I don't even know what to say about vibranium because apparently they can just do a lot of shit by just.
So I will just say that when I saw that news report that the MCU is going to confirm the existence of adamantium by saying the Celestials were made out of them, that tweet from Discussing Films was where I literally said, I'm done trying to take the MCU seriously. And I know that's a crazy thing to say because hold on. I know that's a crazy thing to say because of Phase 4 and Phase 5 are terrible. Why does this bother you? Or why is this thing what's like destroy everything for you? My problem is that I don't like when you take a concept that has nothing to do with the character that you're dealing with just to put it in the movie so that people can recognize that thing. Adamantium, Celestials, Eternals, Red Hulk, none of that shit has anything to do with Captain America. You're putting adamantium in this movie just for the sake of, oh, I recognize adamantium. It's the thing it's the metal inside Wolverine's body. So it's like, what does that have to do with Captain America? Fuck all. Nothing. And what does adamantium really have to do with this movie? Nothing. It's just a MacGuffin for people to oogle at because, oh my God, I heard adamantium in the MCU. Finally, they've established Wolverine could come in, even though Wolverine is supposed to be from the 1800s. So that doesn't. Adamantium is like a fraction of his character. It has nothing to do with him. But who cares about that? I guess. So yeah, that's the kind of things like. So that's what I was
there's
done. Go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot of things I was so done with, and then because there's a line was like, "Hey, I recovered shit from Japan that you guys stole." I was like, in front of the Japanese minister. I was like, if you want to do business dealing with him, don't say that in front of people.
No. It was
No,
the thing was like it was going to be smuggled to Japan. The heist happened in Mexico.
And then it's like, and if I was a leader, I would be like, do not mention all of this because there's a lot of possible chance you absolutely ruin your relationship with your country. It's like if I tell you, if I was having a talk with you now we insult your mom. It's like technically you're not. It's like if you want to have a good relationship with the country, do not mention what happened in that country and what terrible thing you guys did.
Yeah. Again, for me, it was at a point of no return. I mean, I just hate when you put things that don't have any relevance and you make it together. We also talked about there's no such thing as more indestructible. They're stronger or denser, not more indestructible. But yeah, that's basically it. And then they praise Sam and Joaquin for help recovering the adamantium so that it didn't go into the wrong hands and all that stuff. So yeah, and then all of a sudden, so this happens very fast because there's like actually barely any time to process it watching the movie. They play Mr. Blue like in the PA system, and all of a sudden Isaiah is shooting at the president. There's no other way to put it. So my thing is like the music cue is like very small. Like you can't even hear it mostly. So it's like if you miss it, you don't know why he's shooting at the president at all. Which I guess is the point, maybe. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of commotion. There's gunshots. Isaiah does hit some guy and all that stuff, and like hit him pretty hard. That could have killed him. Probably did. He hits Sam the same way, but of course Sam doesn't die. So a lot of chaos, a lot of commotion. Then there's like 4 other people who are shooting as well. Something crazy is going on. We see a woman. She is helping out Ruth. And my main criticism with her is just that she is way too small to be doing the things that she was doing. So yeah.
Yeah, this entire fight is just people running in front and just like blocking from shooting. And then we just got like the guy and like Ruth is like, oh, I'm gonna shoot Isaiah, and then Sam was like, no, let me just knock the gun out of your hand to just not shoot him.
Which is fair.
Which I'm gonna be honest, which is okay, whatever. And then we got like Isaiah is able to outrun machine gun fire. When they literally have lined up, then several soldiers are able to just shoot him in a straight line. But but they have to reference fire with a soldier, so a table can block bullets.
Yeah. So Isaiah and 4 other people, they're all trying to attack, but the way they're attacking is not very consistent, and that's actually intentional, which is something we don't learn in this scene. We learn a lot later in the movie. So yeah, it's supposed to cause a commotion. It's supposed to cause some problems here and there. Obviously, none of the characters know what that is because there's an evil mastermind in play, but we'll get to him later. Yeah, so there was no time. So again, the music cue, you could barely hear it, so it's like you could not really tell. This is the music cue of what gets Isaiah brainwashed. And brainwashed Isaiah, as we talked about, throws Sam so fast across the room that doesn't kill him. Multiple people are also brainwashed using guns such to kill people. It's difficult to kill. It's difficult to tell if they were. Oh, that was the other thing too. It's like they all had guns. It's like, were they allowed to have guns, or did they have guns the whole time? They sneak past through security. We don't know that information. Same with Isaiah as well. It's like, where did he get the gun? I was wondering, maybe he got it off the
No, he got off
soldier
the.
he killed.
No, he got off some of
Maybe
the person's
that would make
security
sense.
guard from. No, he got it off from one of the president's security guards, bodyguards.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. It's the other 4 that I'm not 100% sure on. But yeah, the editing is choppy. Obviously, it's intentional to show that something chaotic is happening.
No,
But
and then we just got a bunch of people could not shoot people, like a bunch of brainwashed people could not shoot innocent people in that, when they're literally right in front of them. Oh, then
Which,
fuck
to
it.
be
Yeah.
fair, we do learn later why that was not the case. For at least the brainwashed people. For those that are not brainwashed, trying to shoot at the people who are shooting, the people who they think are bad guys, they should not be missing.
No,
So-
it's like that Black Widow should be like, oh hey, I'm gonna shoot everyone. She should be not missing.
Yeah. So, but again, my big thing about her is just she's too small. She there's like this one scene where she takes like a guy and like flips her over her shoulder, like in that scene. It just doesn't look good, man. She's 5'3". But yeah,
And then next scene we got,
Isaiah's
like,
on the run.
yeah, and then Sam, and then she just suddenly just appears out of nowhere, just like stop, and then just like, don't run, or else you gotta get worse.
Okay, so for me, my favorite scene is when Isaiah breaks out of the brainwash because of the police sirens. So he's surrounded by the police. The sirens seem to have stopped the brainwash, and now he sees Sam and does not understand anything that happened or why the police is surrounding him. Isaiah is scared with everyone surrounding him because he cannot bear to go back inside again. And Isaiah tries to calm him down. Sam tries to calm Isaiah down. Otherwise, running away would make things worse. Isaiah starts to cry, but then he ends up on his knees, trusting Sam's judgment. Honestly, and for me, this was my favorite scene of the film, only because it all comes down to performances of the two of them. And honestly, it's I would have accepted it more if it's because he was brainwashed. It was very clear that he was brainwashed, but we'll get to the character.
Oh no, who should we call now this time? Maybe we should call the guy who understand brainwashing. That would be better. But that would be better.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But this is what I was saying is I would have liked if this was in a better movie, like a Captain America movie, maybe this would be a scene I would like a lot. Because Sam trying to uncover who was the brainwasher and all that stuff. And honestly, I think Carl Lumbly is just fantastic. I just can't go back. I can't go back there, man. I can't. 30 years is a long time. I can't go back. I'm gonna die in there. Panic attack and all that stuff. I really enjoyed that. But I do agree your scene in the Oval Office was a pretty good scene as well too.
No, that's my favorite scene because there's actually conflict ideals presented.
I mean, to be fair, there's a conflict going on here, but it's a different kind of context. But yeah.
But unfortunately, that's the peak when it comes to Sam and Ross's relationship.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ross, what was it? So yeah, Isaiah is arrested. And Sam. So then it cuts to Sam going to the bunker. He barges his way to meet the president, despite everybody's trying to stop him. It's like I guess like why aren't you using more physical resistance? But it is also Captain America, so
No,
maybe
fuck
they.
that. What the fuck? Why can he just walk into a building? Where's the front door?
What's the bunker?
Yeah,
Right.
there's a. Yeah, I was like, why are you even able to just burst into the first door? Like, shouldn't there be like security guards? Because he only got stopped like at the very end of the president seat.
Yeah, but again, like he's like, it's also because he's Captain America, so like, it's like I want to stop you, but I can't really stop you. Like I can't pull a gun on you. Like, why would I do that? I don't know. It's like it was weird. It was weird for me too. But yeah.
And then
Uh, but yeah, Sam barges his way to meet the president, despite others trying to get him to stop. Ross agrees to let Sam stay and get everyone out. Ruth
aside from
Ruth is
Ruth.
allowed to stay because he is the president's security advisor.
Okay,
Again, she's 5'3". Harrison Ford is 6'1". So
okay.
I
Here's my
I don't get it, but yeah.
when we saw this scene. Okay, because I watched it like 10 other people. We were like, this scene has missing dialogues. A lot of dialogues are cut out.
Uh yeah, I could see that. There were some I know there's some dialogue from the trailers that are not in the movie from this exact scene. So I know that's like evidence for that. But yeah, Ruth reveals that what do we know? We have 5 people that were attacking, including Isaiah. That made it seem like this was a coordinated attack. She even noted that there was an odd sound of music that played right before the attacks happened. Now, Sam does say that he suggested that Isaiah does not remember even attacking the president, and this is my biggest problem with the film overall. That like to is Ross gives Sam a chance to theorize why that might be the case. Why do you think Isaiah doesn't remember anything? So he gives him a chance to like calmly too. Like he says like, why do you think that? Like, do you have any theories, anything like that? So he lets him have the opportunity to think about it. The president allows Sam to theorize why that might be, but Sam does not have an answer. I don't know.
I was like,
And he would like to investigate, which Ruth scoffs at. Now, I understand the scoff from Ruth because, Sam doesn't have an answer. But this entire thing is stupid because Sam has a best friend who is also a super soldier that was brainwashed to do something, and his memories would blank on attacks. With being told that there was an odd music playing before the attack, Sam could have connected the dots and throw the brainwashing theory to Ross and use Bucky as evidence, since Bucky's brainwash from Zemo is well known. Right?
yeah, that's also the first thing I was like, wait, why the fuck don't you bring him out? I was like, okay, why the fuck don't you just call Bucky?
You don't have to call Bucky in that for this particular thing because you're trying to make an argument. So again, Ross is not saying you need to prove can you prove that he was brainwashed? It's like no, but I can look into that. But like you can just because he's giving you a chance. Like why do you think Isaiah doesn't remember trying to shoot me? Why do you think that? So he's giving you a chance to put up a theory calmly so that like if you say that oh maybe he was brainwashed because like you're talking about this music, you're talking about Isaiah doesn't seem to have memories on different things and all that stuff, so it's like maybe he was brainwashed and all that stuff. Can you prove that now? No, but I can look into that. The thing is like it's the same. Honestly, this reminded me of Falcon and the Winter Soldier in a way because like it reminds me of like Sam had the access to get government help on a task that he would want, but in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he says no to John's help because you guys are working for the government. You guys will have to do rules and regulations to do things. Whereas like me and Bucky were like superheroes, so like we don't have to we get to be more flexible and that kind of thing. Which is like stupid because it's like don't you both want to stop the flag smashers? Like why do you both want to stop the flag smashers? It's not like the government's trying to kill them or anything like that. Or do you want to kill the flag smashers? Which we learned later that they don't want to kill the flag smashers. So what was with the resistance? I don't know. Here, Sam could possibly put brainwashing as a theory. You can at least hear him out because Bucky has been brainwashed before. So it's like you can at least say, oh, maybe there's a situation like that. I don't know if it's purely the fact, but like but Ross would at least not be as mad at Sam. But because Sam doesn't have a theory and he's like, oh, let me look into helping Isaiah. Why would you want to help your best friend who tried to shoot me? Which is fair because Sam didn't have any reason for why that isn't the case, and it's stupid. But go
And
ahead.
then don't worry, the best person arguing this fucking room is Roof Bat. I'm gonna be honest here.
Are you sure?
Because I was like, hey, I don't have any answers, but I can theorize. And then Ross is like, yeah. Ross basically just like, hey, sure, I was. And then Ross was like, oh, he tried to assassinate. I know that you and Bradley are close, but it's like he tried to kill me. It's like,
But Ross is reasonable there because, like, yeah, at the end of the day, you're defending a guy who tried to shoot me. But
Yeah.
Ross still gave him a chance to like give a theory, like, why do you think he tried to shoot me, or why does he not remember trying to shoot me?
Yeah,
that's
that's
the thing.
reasonable. And then
That's-
Rufus
it's
like provide all the evidence. Like, hey, what the fuck can you do that my entire attack or defense position you called out offer? And Sam could not give you a fucking answer. And then when Sam was
That's
like,
my
oh,
problem. Sam can't give an answer when he has all this experience. He should know this now.
And then-
this isn't new to him.
I was like, and then Sam said, and then Sam was like, oh, he works for a country. And then Rufus was like, yeah, then that's why he has all the reason to attack the president because he got locked up for 30 years. I was like,
no, but here's like a lot more problems that I had with it that had nothing to do with this conversation. Because brainwashing is a conversation that's like who could have possibly done that? Like, how could this have happened? Like, is it entirely possible that somebody got brainwashed? Because like, I mean, I don't know, you got the Red Room stuff, you got a Black Widow here, by the way. You have obviously we talked about Hydra and what they did with the brainwashing aspect, and it doesn't acknowledge any possibilities of maybe the Skrulls were attacking. I don't know, because Ross's big speech about how half the world population was gone or the threat of the Celestial destroying the planet has happened, but he doesn't mention any issues. So this is back from the conversation of the opening scene we were talking about. He talks about these problems that happen with the blip and the Celestial almost destroying the planet and all that stuff. But he never talks about that problem where President Ritson had to deal with the fact that, like, I don't know, Skrulls were causing a mass hysteria. And, Ritson kind of caused a point where he's getting innocent Americans killed. Because, it's like, we're going to execute a war on the Skrulls, and then people want to be vigilantes and try to kill them. Sometimes they kill Skrulls, sometimes they kill innocent people, which is a bad thing.
By the way, they never addressed that. I was like, and then also here's the thing. Why can't Isaiah be a Skrull?
Yeah. I mean, like, that's fair. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no mention of Skrulls at all. And like, honestly, what would have been interesting to me is like if Ross could have been president because he did something better than President Ritson when it came to the Skrulls issue. Because in the last project I had to do with the President Ritson, he got impeached. He got out of office because of essentially he didn't directly say shoot anybody that you think is a Skrull, but his message on TV kind of gave the impression that it was okay to like kill people that you think are Skrulls and anything like that, innocent or not. So it's like I would have liked to see like what was it that Ross, because we actually talked about it before, because like when we did our Secret Invasion review, like how does the people react to, like, how do you get the president to deal with a situation like what happened with Ritson? Because we all thought he was going to die, and that's how Ross becomes president, because we knew Ross was president like years before Secret Invasion came out.
But yeah, then there's like, oh, actually, Ritson got sacked for some reason. I was like, no, he won't get sacked. He literally survived a fucking assassination.
No, he would get sacked because of the TV thing.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, you just have to remember how many. I just find it hilarious because I was like, do you know how many people vote for president who almost got assassinated?
Yes, but like he still did something that was impeach worthy, at least in our country. Like
It didn't end.
like causing a mass hysteria is not very good. Like even if he was trying to be well informed about what was going on. But then again, this isn't a normal situation because we're talking about Skrulls and not like, Nazis. But but that's why I was interested. Like, I knew the film was never going to tackle it because we don't want to remember anything from the TV show. We can't even remember things from Falcon and the Winter Soldier. How
No,
can we
fuck
remember
that. Not even the
anything
Marvel.
from? Why can we remember anything from Secret Invasions? Like,
No,
who cares about that?
not even the Marvel remember what happened in Secret Invasion. The Marvel is
Yes.
supposed to tie in Secret Invasion.
Mhm.
And and of course there's a lot of weird things in this scene. I was like, and then Ross is like, Sam was like, oh, let's just help each other, and Ross is like, fuck you. That entire offer is expired when your friend tried to assassinate me. It was like, what the fuck? How did it elevate it to that level already? That's when we point out the missing dialogues.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like Thunderbolt Ross. That Thunderbolt, he is angry.
It was like, dude, he literally tell everyone to leave the room aside from his personal bodyguard and Sam.
And he let Sam have a chance to defend himself.
And so when we talked about it, I was like, okay, the dialogue here missing has to be about like Ruth having super soldier serum. Because that's literally what happened behind the scenes. They forgot to make her a super soldier. They forgot to give her like super strength and shit.
Yeah, so again, they don't ever name Sabra. So this is where we kind of get into the issues about the behind the scenes stuff, but we're not going to talk about that.
No, don't worry. Stupid
just-
people on, yeah.
I don't want to go there either, but like so ultimately my biggest thing with the character in general is that it doesn't really justify why she has to be this character. And I know we talk about comic accuracy and all that stuff. That's not really my point. It's more like you went out of your way to include a character, but then you also turn her into a Black Widow. You turn her into an American character. You turn her into like a regular, degular, schmegular person. So it's like, so why did you need to make her this character in particular? That's always been my thing, is like, especially if you're not going to double down on anything, or if you're not going to try it, you just kept her name. You just kept her name, and that was it. I mean, you said she was from Israel, but that's it. Like, oh, she was in the Red Room in Israel, so I guess there's a Red Room in Israel, and all that stuff.
To be fair, there's a Red Room everywhere in the world, according to Black Widow. So, oh my god.
Yeah. So it's like, that's the only consistent thing from that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, there's no mention about brainwashing, like what her reaction is to that, because like, who cares about Black Widow? So yeah, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really especially because like you make her a regular person, and then you make the fact that she's 5'3" make it worse because like she's regular. So yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like Sabra for half of the film.
They don't name her Sabra at all. They just keep Ruth the entire time. But yeah,
Ruth. Okay, so Ruth. I actually kind of like Ruth the entire film because she's actually quite like reasonable, and she like does get her job done when Sam pushes back.
She's too generic. She's too generic for me.
I mean, she has like a small arc. It's like, oh, learn to trust Sam at the end. Was like, okay, fine, that's something. And that was like,
it's just too generic for me. Especially because like I can't buy her in the action scene, so it's like that's like half the character, and it just takes up more. That's gonna weigh more for me because she's supposed to be a secret. She's supposed to be a Secret Service. Like, yeah.
I said half the movie. I did not say the entire movie.
No. That's fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then the fucking Ross was like, "Yeah, you should not be in this situation because you're not Steve Rogers." I was like, yeah. That's why I was like, yeah, that they absolutely missed the conversation of super soldier serum. That Ruth has that. Because offending people. And I was like, oh, okay, you just punch a hole in your script.
I mean, even with that, it's just kind of dumb because like, so again, we're talking about, oh, Steve Rogers would never get like have this kind of problem. Are you sure about that? Because like, oh, Steve Rogers has never defended a super soldier best friend who was wrongly accused by the government or anything like that. He's never done that before. What are you talking about? He did that with Bucky in 2 films.
Yeah, I'll
The
fuck that.
the Sokovia Accords he was violating the Sokovia Accords to protect Bucky's name, a super soldier who was brainwashed. And I know they don't know about brainwashing because they're all stupid in the scene. Because literally, one of the characters could have mentioned brainwash. I like. There's just too many evidence points going on. But Sam is like the most responsible because he actually knows brainwash directly and all this stuff. But again, ignoring that,
I mean, they could.
Ross is upset. Ross is upset with Sam, and then he to the point where he says, "You're not Steve Rogers," because he wouldn't be in this kind of situation.
That's what. Yeah.
It's like you don't defend like because he's defended a super soldier best friend. It's like Steve never did that. Yes, he did. He did it with Bucky. So,
yeah. So I was like, that's why I was like, when we're watching this, like there are a lot of missing dialogues that are in the cutting room floor. I'm sorry, that's exactly what happened.
I mean that may be true, but like I don't think I think missing dialogue or not, I don't think any of this conversation is justified because like you're basically accusing Sam of not being like Steve Rogers for defending Isaiah.
Funny enough, that's what the other person who watches it with me also said the same thing because it was like, yeah, there's absolutely missing dialogues, and he was like, yeah, I don't think those missing dialogues got justified much as well.
Yeah.
It was like, and
that's like. The thing is, like, this is the one line that, like, essentially, like, attributes to the rest of the movie. Because, like, well, not really. Because, like, the thing about like this, I can't live up to Steve Rogers. The thing is, like, that's only like 10% of the 5% of the movie at best. Like, it's barely there. Like, honestly, like. Sam is like so confident and so like chill and like everybody likes him as Captain America and all that stuff, which is honestly like these are the scenes where like I kind of enjoy him because like I don't think it's a boring sack of shit in those scenes. But then when he has to do the God, like I can't live up to Steve Rogers, I need that serum and all that stuff. Then it goes back to like that dumb shit from Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That's my problem. But the thing is, like it's like 5% of the movie that it has. Like if you take them out, it has nothing to do with the movie. If we're being honest.
Yeah, and then you just got, and then this entire conversation just ends. It's like, hey, Rolf, just put the thing in bed, and I'm gonna deal with this treaty before everything gone anything.
Yeah.
Go any further. And then Sam was like, I'm done. You're done.
We're done.
What the? This is. It's like, but this is politics. I was like, no, this is not politics. This is just your own bullshit.
This is bullshit. This is politics. Politics is bullshit.
I was like,
so,
yeah.
Sam is upset and is going, so he's upset. So he's going to clear Isaiah's name regardless of what the president says. Again, this drama did not need to happen because if he just said the brainwashing theory. So here's my thing. It gets worse because, well, I'll talk about why it gets worse later. But like, so it cuts to the next day. Isaiah is announced on the news that he's going to be put on the death penalty. So Sam goes to speak to Isaiah in his prison cell. Sam asks if there's anything Isaiah could remember about that day. He says he just remembers everything leading up to the meeting. And then suddenly he was outside. So he doesn't remember anything that happened before the president started talking, basically.
By the way, this entire thing is probably because the apparent friend from Sam, which is revealed to be Lila, was like, "Oh, don't be that guy who does hard things. Do it the hard way." It's like, I'm gonna do it the hard way. I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, you did that in the show already. You broke off Seymour, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, again, it's just like he needs to do things without the government's permission, kind of a thing.
Oh, no.
Which wouldn't have happened if he just said the brainwashing theory.
But yeah, and even that was like you literally just did what you just did in Falcon and Winter Soldier, and apparently this is like a hard decision.
It's like I can accept it for the sake of it's in every Captain America movie nowadays. Like, you gotta get in line. I don't want to. I'm going to do it anyway. Do what's right and all that stuff. It just gets tiring after multiple showings. But yeah, Isaiah breaks down because he believes that he's going to die. Sam insists that there's a bigger conspiracy out there going on, and he's going to figure out what it was. Isaiah does not want his actions to affect Sam, so and his status as Captain America. So, like, just keep it to yourself. I don't really matter to the country and all that stuff. But he tells Sam the thing you can do for me is just to not to come back and see him, and then he's taken to a cell. Again, my favorite things in the movie is Sam and Isaiah's dynamic. Like, despite how it's just too little, but I think that was like the stronger relationship for me. But yeah, Sam leaves, and then Sabra is at the prison the whole time as well. So she says to tell this guy to like see what were they talking about, and then let me know if he does come back to the prison. So it's just keeping an eye on what Sam is doing.
I mean, it's like fair, which is like, yeah, it's like which is
It
like the
was-
fair thing to do.
It's just convenient that she's
Yeah,
there when
which is
he's
like,
there.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. She's like, oh, okay. She expect that she's got to do that. I was like, okay, fair.
Yeah. So this is where my brain broke because Sam calls Torres, and Torres like hacked into the White House CCTV from his basement, I guess. And Sam now explains. So this is the time where Sam explains the brainwashing theory, and it fucking pissed me off so much. So it's like it's not even 24 hours later, and you're telling me that Sam now is thinking about, oh, I had a friend who was brainwashed before to do actions that he was not in control of and that he couldn't remember afterwards. Bucky Barnes, I'm sure you heard of that guy. So, but because like when he was brainwashed, Zemo would say a bunch of words and then he would do something like that. So it's like, so you have in your mind that brainwash could be in play. It could be. But you're telling this now, like when you needed that conversation to the president, when he gave you the opportunity to say that. It broke my brain.
I mean, the other thing is, yeah. And then how did they figure it out? Oh, you see, Sam tell Torres, can you hack into the fucking White House?
I don't know. He was already doing.
I was like,
he was already doing that, so he didn't have to ask him to do that.
I was like,
But yeah.
I was like, how did this guy hack into the White House security camera?
Torres is just that guy, man. He's a military guy, but he broke a lot of laws.
My God, what the fuck?
Yeah. So yes. So my problem is like, yeah, not just that, but like Sam could have prevented all this drama. So Torres notices that all of the shooters had this weird flashing pattern on their faces from their phones, which could possibly show that the brainwash was happening from that thing. And so what's funny is that like actually Ruth was looking at the CCTVs too herself, and then she actually noticed the exact same thing. She notices the flashing lights, and she also notices that Isaiah shoots at the president, but then he has an opportunity to shoot again, but he doesn't seem to be doing it. So it's like it's kind of weird. So it's like, that's kind of odd. So there's some intelligence from her side at least, since she doesn't know what Taurus is doing about that. So she actually uncovered that realization herself, and it's like a piece of a puzzle that's developing. So I thought that was like an interesting thing that they did.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, So I was like, oh, Ruth, it's kind of interesting that she discovered all of this.
Like she didn't have to be told to do this; she did it herself, and she was able to notice something weird. There's something weird about Isaiah's actions. Like even if he was supposed to shoot and kill the president, like he breaks the glass, but then he just doesn't shoot him. Which for us, like watching bad MCU projects, this happens all the time. But actually, this time it's intentional why he doesn't shoot the president. So. But we'll talk about that later. But yeah. So Sam asked Torres about the reason why they were in the White House after the issue was brought. So this is like where they start talking about, okay, so why did this happen after we went to the White House? After what happened in Mexico, and then remember when the buyer didn't show up, because that was something we missed about. Like Giancarlo was supposed to meet a buyer, but but for some reason there was like nothing, like he never showed up. So it doesn't make sense why the buyer would hire the Serpent Society if they were not intending to be on collecting. Torres and Sam both wonder maybe the buyer needed Captain America to be there first. Torres doesn't get how the buyer would know that, and Sam believes that maybe the buyer is watching them right now. So Sam also informs Torres to look into Ruth, and then suddenly a bomb goes into Sam's car.
No, got wrong first. A bunch of machine guns shoot at his fucking face first,
Yeah.
and none of them hit him. It's like an AK-47, you dipshit.
Yeah. So somehow Sidewinder finds Sam and starts shooting at him in the middle of the street. He throws a bomb into the car, blowing it up, seemingly killed Sam. A police car shows up behind Sidewinder. Eventually, he shoots at the cop car, and then Sam uses that opportunity to jump and fight Sidewinder, who's throwing all sorts of knives and weapons into a defenseless Sam. Sam has no armor. He doesn't have the suit on. Sam manages to overpower Sidewinder because Giancarlo is an old man.
And by the way, and then he throws some knives at Sam, and none of them hurt him.
Yeah, like he has a knife like in his chest. Not really a big deal. But yeah, Sam knows that it's obvious that Sidewinder didn't come all the way from Mexico to blow up his car, and that Sidewinder must have received something from the buyer. Sidewinder mentions that the buyer mentioned that if Sam survived the grenade, there was a 77% chance that Sam would try to talk Sidewinder down. So that's the start of the buyer having an interest with probability numbers.
Okay, here's several problems with this already. Let's just all ignore all of this. I was like, first off, what the fuck does Sam only to interrogate him like right now instead of just restraining him first or put a gun in his head? Like, why do you even try to interrogate him right now? And second of all, why the fuck this guy?
Sam himself doesn't have a gun.
Yeah,
he's using the sword, like the knife that Sidewinder put into his body. So
it was like, what the fuck? Yeah, why do you even try to interrogate him now? And second of all,
it's not like I don't get it, mainly because like Sidewinder's already on his knees, and Sam's like whole thing is like, now it's pretty obvious to me that you were not here to just blow up my car. You must have gotten something from the buyer as a reason for you to attack me, essentially. So it's like,
no, I get it.
It's a level of.
It's like restrain the target first before you interrogate him.
I just don't know. But Sam doesn't have anything on him.
Yeah, I was like, knock him out first. I was like, at least like knock him out, bring him to his car. Like, I only do that after the end of the fight. Like when he's knocked out. And second of all, why did
so Sidewinder
what did Sidewinder say all of those? I was like, he has a 70% chance that you are gonna do something to me, and if I say something like this, I'll be like, Sam will absolutely be on high alert. Just like, okay, shit, you gotta backstab me or something.
So that I don't really mind, because like he's using that time to like reach into his front side and grab the gun that's already on his hip. So he does take that gun and shoot behind, which gets Sam to back off of him. So it's aura farming. It's aura farming. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, Sidewinder uses the gun and tries to shoot Sam from behind his back. Sam is moving around from car to car to find protection. Sidewinder continues to follow and shoot. Somehow Sam manages to throw one of Sidewinder's knives into his gun.
No, knife. A fucking axe.
It's like, yeah, but it's Sidewinder's like weapon that he was throwing like a bunch of sharp weapons at Sam earlier. So it was kind of funny.
No, they just want to do a fucking Winter Soldier reference again. You know, the car stuff.
Yes.
I think the car. And then, but here's the thing, that what the fuck do you cast a 6-0 for all of this?
Yeah. So Sam goes into a junkyard. And then Sidewinder sees him go into the junkyard, but he does the exact same thing that Bucky did in Fatwas, where he drops all the bullets from his gun onto the ground. It's a cool shot.
Yay! And and then he's just trying to explain, it's like, Sidewinder pay me double if I kill you, and if I don't kill you, and what he doesn't know is what he doesn't know if I will kill you for free. My first question, here's my question. Okay, big question. Why do you try to kill him alone?
He doesn't have
You-
he
you're
doesn't have
literally-
a serpent. He doesn't have a serpent society. To be fair,
Oh, I thought
he's a
terrorist.
part of this. He's a part from the serpent society, but he's just they can't pay them. It's a reshoot scene. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this movie cost like 400 million. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So it's good to see. It's good to see history among these characters that we've never seen before. It's not.
No, it's not like he's as much as a terrorist leader. So he absolutely have goons, but oh well.
Why isn't he King Cobra?
Fuck you.
I don't know. He has to be Sidewinder for some reason. So Sam pours chemical onto a car battery that causes smoke to rise. That's fair. They're in a junkyard. That's a fair thing to do. Sidewinder finds it amusing that Sam is desperate without his gear. Sam throws a knife into Sidewinder's chest, and then Sam kicks the old man so hard in the chest to send him flying into a car, which breaks the windshield, by the way. And Sidewinder is gasping for breath. Sam says he's not desperate without his gear, just a bit more meaner. And then Sam punches Sidewinder's face so hard that he knocks him out. So
this entire thing is because of Sidewinder side. Hey, do you know what's a good idea? Let me just jump on top of a fucking car.
Yeah. No, but you see, so Giancarlo is 66 years old. Sam kicks him really hard. He throws a knife into his chest. He punches him in the face so hard. It's like, oh, maybe he's a super soldier. I mean, they don't show anything. He's just man with gun.
This guy was. He's lucky that this Sam does not have his gear with him that day on his car.
Yeah, but
I'm
and again, why is Giancarlo used this way? He's just a schizo gun shooter. He's not even the supervillain Sidewinder with snake-like powers, so there's really no benefit.
I mean, if I was a 60-year-old man, I was tasked to kill someone without a gun, without any guns by myself, I'll be like, and now if I was forced to do that, I was like, I'll probably just kill you when you're sleeping or something.
Yeah. So Sam hears Sidewinder's phone ring. He answers the buyer, and the buyer congratulates Captain America, but he is not going to like what is coming next. And then he hangs up the phone before Sam could know who he's speaking to. I wonder who the mysterious buyer could be.
And then Sam was like, track this guy's phone.
Yeah, so that's a little bit later. Next is the Ross scene where he's trying to get the treaty to continue, but the leaders are not buying it. From the person who got attacked in his own White House, and for the person who allowed the Hulk abomination rampage under his watch from long ago. Again, they keep referencing the Harlem attack like multiple times. Like, it's really stupid. Like, when you watch Civil War and you watch Infinity War, you have no indication that any of that shit matters.
No, it's like, and then because remember, Ross is the guy who was like dealing with the damage control shit. So no one in the world is actually blaming him for
damage control. Name drop.
Yay! Yeah. So no one's actually blaming.
Where is damage control, by the way?
Arrested, I guess.
I'm kidding.
Arrested for shooting kids.
Yeah, and then like they're saying the other leaders, like the Prime Minister of India and France, are like, why? Honestly, we're not really having a lot of faith in you. You're having this meeting with us in your bunker for clearly like you haven't solved anything. You don't know what happened or anything like that.
No.
Fair.
And but at the same time, I'll be like, dude, I just got assassinated. Of course, I will stay in this bunker.
But the thing is, so the logic though is like, because like ultimately, so they're using multiple things because they're saying like he got attacked in his own White House. He got like they were also mentioning the Harlem thing, which didn't really have that much relevance. But then he also is like, he's speaking in his bunker. He's also not like he's not. What's it called? Like, so then they also go back to like remembering the events of what happened. It's like, so you had this issue that something was stolen, like adamantium was stolen, and then Americans had to be the ones to get it back and all that stuff. So they're kind of like, but like Ross does get a chance to like let me get a word in, and he says like, the treaty is too important because they made a promise to the world that they must prevail. The Prime Minister of India says that they need Japan in order to proceed.
Japan.
Yeah. So I guess that's their connection because Wolverine has connections to Japan.
No,
And
I
he uses
think
adamantium and stuff like that. I think that's the only reason because like otherwise it's in the Indian Ocean. I don't know what Japan has
no.
the
I'm gonna be honest
strongest
here.
say, but yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's because they can't mention China. It's like because that sounds like shit China would do, and then they were like, MCU was like, sorry, you can't mention China. Can you just do other Asian countries? Like, what to do? Japan,
No,
Japan.
no. I don't. I honestly don't think at this time. I do think it's Japan because Wolverine. Wolverine has a lot of connections with Japan. I think that's the only reason.
I don't. I honestly, I just think they just don't want to piss off China. But to be honest, this is all theory.
No,
Probably.
that's fair. I just think it's it's adamantium. Adamantium's in the universe now, and they turned it into a space metal like vibranium, which I hate so much. It's a man-made metal in the comics, but whatever. But yeah, I think it's Japan just because Wolverine has been to Japan. I think
And-
that's the only reason. But yeah,
And remember, this is they retconned it to just be Indian Ocean. So France was like, so what the fuck did France care that much?
well, France. So the whole world is there to talk about like to have equal distribution rights to adamantium from that island, basically. Which again, how the fuck? I hate the Celestials being made out of adamantium. It's so dumb, but like, I tired of bitching about it to be honest. But yeah, but the thing is like Ross insists like, him and Prime Minister Osaki go back for like long time, so he can get them back on the table. They've been friends for a long time, and Osaki's looking for he's looking for leadership, and because of his reelection. So if he were to do the treaty, then he would do good for there. So like he feels like he can get Osaki back. So it's like it's a decent thing to show his presidency.
I just come because there's so much thing to talk about in that during when we're talking like we're streaming together with other people, and it's like and then because the Indian or France guy was like, hey, let's continue it on another time. Was like, wait, what the fuck? You're literally just trying to discuss all the matters right now.
Well, they can't proceed without Japan. That was the problem.
Well, yeah, and then I'll be like, yeah, that shouldn't that be public knowledge? Why do you even need to talk about that to call them?
Well, I don't know. You can't really do it that way because like they're leaders, the president leaders. So America has to get. So that's why like Ross has to get Japan back on board. But my thing is like, why is only 4 countries in charge of this? Like France, India, America, and Japan. I mean, I guess it covers that covers like, well, that doesn't cover 4 continents because India and Japan are both Asia. So that was like what's confusing me. It's like, why is only 4 countries talking about what do we do with this secret metal and all that stuff? That doesn't make any sense.
And they're like, oh, let's just do it the different time.
Yeah, because we can't hire so many different actors from different countries to do this one scene.
I mean, you don't even need to do that. Just have a bunch of emails. It's like, hey, all the president in that different country, just like, fuck you, Ross. Go deal with your shit first before we can have face call. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. So it turns out that Sam, he goes to a secret base. Like it's like decked out with like Captain America like gear and memorabilia and stuff like that. So he's got that money now, I guess. He mentioned, so Taurus is also there as well. He mentions that Sidewinder tracked him and tried to kill him. Taurus doesn't really take it too seriously, but
Oh, let's just take a.
Almost killed you, guy. I mean,
it's not like your friend got locked in prison. Let's just do shit.
So Sam says that Sidewinder is under police custody now. He gives Torres Sidewinder's phone and asks him to trace the last call. So this is what we're talking about. And then Torres reveals that Ruth was born in Israel and was raised in the Red Room. She's an ex-widow, and really that has nothing to do with anything. It's like Sam just says like all that means is just stay out of her way. Okay,
Well,
boss.
What even you look at her information then?
Yeah, I mean it really does not play a factor in the movie.
No, I mean, it's to be honest, I'm just gonna be honest here. They just do that because I was like, oh shit, we don't want to make her like a superhero or something.
We don't want to make her a mutant. That was something they mentioned.
Oh no, probably because they don't want to make her a super soldier.
They don't want to make her a super soldier either. It's like they don't want to make her super powered in general. So it's like, oh, let's make her a Black Widow, I guess. Yeah, but Sam looks back at the footage of the brainwashed Isaiah having the clear opportunity to see. So again, now these guys, everybody's noticing that there's a clear opportunity for Isaiah to kill Ross, brainwash or not, but he just doesn't. It's understandably strange that this happened. If Isaiah truly was meant to kill the president, that get answered later. Torres finds that the buyer's last call was in a random forest in West Virginia.
Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads.
With the name Camp Echo 1, Sam knows that being in the military and there's no satellite imagery away from air traffic, that has to be some kind of military base, which is a little weird which I would say is a little weird exposition because like Sam is explaining it to a military guy, Torres, who also is from the military. So yeah.
And then Sam just like, here's my new gear. Where do you find that? I have no idea. And then A Train,
he pulls out a blue suit.
Belongs to A Train.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's also vibranium, so there's that. He acknowledges that. So yeah, they made 2 suits for him.
Yeah,
because he said like this needs to be covert or something like that. Because Ross told him to stay out of this, but the 2 of them will need to choose to ignore that. Since when do you have to listen to the president? That's kind of the joke, which that's okay, I guess. Captain America and Falcon get ready to go to West Virginia, and
and then
Ruth goes back.
Ruth just like walk into this prison and just like
she goes to Isaiah's cell that she finds the guy who would try to help them keep track of Sam and Isaiah's conversation from earlier. He just shoots the shooters, and it turns out that guy was also brainwashed hearing the music Mr. Blue, and instead of killing Sabra when she insists he drop the gun, he actually just shoots himself.
I was like, okay, that's interesting.
So I was wondering about that because, like, I guess, does she play a part in the leader's probability plans? Don't know.
I don't think so, but
convenient. But yeah,
it's just convenient. It's just convenient that she just arrived here on time, just when that's all of them.
Yeah, it's also obviously it's also convenient that Isaiah doesn't die, but all the other shooters die. The no-name shooters, of course.
Yeah, that was so weird.
Yeah, so it's a little scene, but Ross is on the plane ride to Tokyo. He advised Taylor. He talks to Taylor, who is not happy because the orchestrator of the assassination attempt was still not apprehended, and having an international travel brings him more risks since they can't predict anything that's going on. Ross asks what happened to Sam. Taylor says that he was seen with Joaquin in their base, but they left with no cell phones and they're off the grid. Ross doesn't want floating variables and asks for a team to look for Sam and Joaquin.
What? So, you can't just do that. Why can't you just do that immediately? Like you should have done that before you went to Japan. If you want to do that.
I guess. Joaquin informs Sam that the other shooters have died. So Isaiah's the only survivor. Of course he is. The buyer kills one of Ross's informants in prison and calls Ross. He says that, so the buyer is now saying that he missed his visit. He wonders if Ross will ever ask himself who is playing the music. Ross knows who he is speaking to. Ross said that he helped the buyer out in the past, but the buyer says Ross only did what he wanted, Ross asks, "What did the buyer want?" Which is kind of weird because like if you've known him for years, you probably know what he wants. But okay, what do you want? And he says that he want his life back. Again, I feel like Ross would know this. It's for the audience, of course.
Yeah.
Ross tries to reason with the importance of his position as president, but the buyer said that he was left to rot in prison and forced to watch seeing a world go through the lens of probabilities. Again,
What?
I think these two characters should know what the beef is. The buyer insists that there are more games on the way and that everyone will know who Ross is and how Betty will despise him even more. So yeah, so
I'm gonna be honest. What the fuck? Every time they just like, "And if your daughter's gonna hate you," it's like, who the fuck cares? No offense, Mr. Villain guy. Why would you care?
I can understand from.
I mean,
the problem is like he has like some. It's weird because like he has some level of mind reading capabilities, but they don't ever explicitly say that or show that. So it's like, oh, you're just going to be upset when your daughter's mad at you. I mean, like, you don't need to be a mind reader to guess that that's something that would be maybe in Ross's head.
Even
But
that,
then again, it's like you're talking about beef from 20 years ago.
even
20
that was
plus
like,
years ago, yeah.
that shouldn't be your final point for like why the world hate you. It's like it should be like your entire life will be ruined. Everyone you care about will die or some shit. You don't care about your daughter's gonna hate you. It's like, that's like not that should be like the first thing to bring up. Not the
They're gonna see him for what he is, the monster that he is. But like that's exposition that we learn later. So yeah.
And then yeah, and so that's the entire conversation was like, oh, they just exposition and just like, hey, let me just
do you
tell
remember?
you.
Do you remember what
just,
we did like in 2008? That movie. Do you remember? Yeah. I mean, I guess I remember that.
Don't
stuff.
worry,
It was quite a
I also
while ago.
remember.
I don't know if the audience remembers that stuff. That's why we need to explain it as if somebody doesn't understand what we're talking about. So yeah.
Oh, don't you worry. They also did not explain who the fuck is Sam Stern. How do I pronounce his name?
He's the buyer. He's the buyer. We don't know who he is yet.
Don't worry. They absolutely forgot about who the fuck that guy is in the Incredible Hulk when it comes to characterization. I can't wait to talk about that shit.
Yeah. So Ruth goes to Isaiah, takes him out of his cell to take him to Solidarity. Isaiah's not a fan of this, but Ruth insists that it is for his protection. He asks, like, does she really know if he did all this? But Ruth says she's not sure if that is the case now.
I was like, very reasonable response. I mean, she's like very by the books when it comes to like she just wanted doing what she thinks is the best, protecting.
And I think Isaiah's also like he's also pretty nice. I think they have a good dynamic together as well. If I'm being honest, Ross calls Ruth and tells her to drop everything she's doing and go to Camp Echo 1 because it appears to be compromised. Talking about Sam and Torres, Sam and Torres, they make it to Camp Echo 1. Sam sees that there are cameras and guards. He tells Red Wing to cut the power and loop the camera feeds. God, Red Wing is so overpowered.
Even that was so easy. That's never gonna work. Just how do you cut powers like that and no one realize that? And there should be multiple security cameras, not just one.
Yeah, but then we learned that there's brainwashing going on. So,
and then we just
we'll get to that.
And then we just realized they fucking locked him in the place that with giant statue like this. It was like, why the fuck do you lock this guy with places with giant statue like this?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm just trying to go a little bit faster because of time, but Sam and Torres make it inside the base, head for the basement. The prison appears to be very empty. Like, why? What's going on? It's kind of weird.
And then they just do a fucking reference of. They just do a Winter Soldier reference, basically. Oh, they just walk to an empty basement.
Yeah. So, again, more Winter Soldier connections. When he says, like, I want to make it like Winter Soldier, he took it very literally. So Sam and Torres, they make it back inside the base and head for this basement. It appears to be empty. They find inside there's some kind of big lab. Why is there a lab in this thing? That makes no sense. They look inside the office and they found blueprints and IDs. Sam notices it shows like all the shooters. It shows Isaiah, like they all have IDs and stuff like that. And then Sam notices a folder for Ross and there's a note mentioning that they need to put something in a form of a pill, which we don't know what that something is, intentionally, of course. We see Ross, and again, we talked about this earlier. Ross does take pills from time to time. We're not sure what they are, but they will be important later. Then it cuts back to Ross in Japan. He speaks to the Prime Minister Osaki, but Osaki does not buy Ross's attempts of bargaining because he can't make sense of the country known for taking what isn't theirs as their own, on how adamantium seemed to have been stolen by Americans, the Serpent Society, in the first place, and then returned back by the Americans. Maybe it was to bring a suspicion that foul play was present, so that so America wanted to have like this group, like they have Americans steal it and then an American returns it back to make them look good for the treaty.
This entire conversation is baffling. I was like, hey, do you know why we're not gonna do it? Because because Hulk. That's
Oh no. This one doesn't go into the Hulk stuff.
It's just a lot of like, I don't know how to describe it. It just gotta be like so how do you describe it?
Basically what's being said is like, so we learn later that the information that Japan got is like completely accurate. Like it's 100% accurate that somebody from America went in to steal adamantium, and they went to do that, and they were hoping that Captain America would go and retrieve the package so that they can get the treaty to happen, basically. So the thing is, like, so Japan actually got 100% of the truth by the person who is like manipulating this whole thing. I mean, obviously later we learned that this whole thing is to make Ross look bad, like look stupid, like that all this was happening under his watch and he had no idea, kind of thing.
Oh, it's so weird because I was like, oh, because I apparently you steal adamantium to us and just return to Washington. I was like, wait, that's literally the only reason. I was like,
no. So he's saying like that's foul play. Like you did something bad and then you fixed the problem, quote unquote, just to make yourselves look good to everybody else. Like that's what he's not happy with. So like it's like, and the thing is, like, I get it mainly because like that was the point of what the buyer, who will learn his identity soon, but that's what he wanted. Basically, he wanted Japan to know the truth. So that way, like, Ross looks stupid, like, because he doesn't know anything about this. That's basically the idea, if that makes sense.
Was like they realized they don't being played. It was like, because I was like, that is so petty. I don't want to make a deal with you that because you didn't expect that under your watch. I was like, I was like, this is a peace treaty. You literally can share adamantium with everyone. Why don't you just take that? Just because someone just like, oh, I'm gonna, because he made one mistake.
I don't think you're really getting it. I feel like the problem is, like, the whole point of the treaty is to have like equal distribution rights for all countries to have access to adamantium and all that stuff. If you have somebody in America already stealing the adamantium, like stealing it prior to like it being allowed to do that, like for the black market or whatever, you already have that happening, and then Sam returns it back as Captain America, which is something that he says, like, why would I send Captain America to go and get return it back? I don't know. That just makes you look good, like that kind of thing. So it's like I get like the idea. The problem for me though is like I'm having a hard time with the timeline in terms of like Eternals versus now. It's like, what has people been doing with the Celestial? Like, are you really telling me that nobody has ever tried to go there? I mean, the problem is, like, Ross also says, like, what we do as, like, what all of us do whenever something new happens, we all squabble over it, basically. Like, we try to take control of it, basically. So he already has indicated that they've had a disdain, or they've had like conflict or something like that for adamantium. So like it's already happened. This is like the treaty where they're going to make an equal distribution rights, like everybody gets access to it equally and all this stuff, which I understand that, but then why is it that adamant? So like, but you said earlier that people used to fight for it before, so it's like why do you assume that the Serpent Society stole adamantium now? Like why is it now and not like from the time when you guys were fighting over it earlier? That's what doesn't make sense to me.
I just look at the dialogues again, and then Japan was like, hey, and because Ross was like, if I stole the sample, why would I order Captain America to retrieve it? Basically, he just accused like the president for stealing adamantium. I was like, even though not just the person, and then he was like, I'm never gonna find. Guess we're never gonna find out. I was like, what? What do you not want to find out?
I was, I understand.
Of course
it,
you
though.
got. Of course.
I don't know. I understand what they're saying. Is like I don't know.
I just find Japan really petty in this situation. I was like, what the fuck?
I thought it was understandable. But yeah.
I honestly don't, but I just don't think that. So it's like, oh, so
I don't
basically
know.
just one situation. So just disown the entire peace treaty. There's nothing about like what's wrong with the peace treaty. It's just you stole one thing. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, everyone makes mistake. Everyone, and it's not even his fault. It's just some guy in US did that.
Yes, but like I don't know. I've already exhausted like me saying my reasoning. If you don't accept it, then like I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, politics are boring, to be fair.
I guess. So both leaders they both believe in they're on the right, but Osaki has intel that suggests that he is correct. Ross thinks that it's naive, but neither of them can prove the truth, thus preventing Japan to continue on with the treaty. Which is later we do know that Japan's like intel, it was absolutely correct, like 100% correct. And that was intentional, but yeah. Torres notices that the lab owner, so it goes right back to the base. Torres notices that the lab owner seems to have a lot of data on genetics, makeups of all these people. And so this might be another example of like missing script dialogue because Sam immediately says, you're gonna make me mad if you start making up words. He said genetic makeups. Do you not know what a genetic makeup is?
Yeah, that's also the thing that I saw. It was like generic makeup. I was like, I know that. I was fucking 30 years younger than fucking Sam Wilson.
Yeah, it's like a basic thing. We all know what genetic makeup is. So yeah, so Torres has to explain what does genetic makeup means. It means like it's like it makes a person who they are. It's like, yeah, thank you. That's dumb exposition sometimes.
And also this is another thing. Why the fuck did they not bring any gear here aside from just a shield? Where's your vibranium armor?
You know, I was so close to thinking like maybe he has that fucking nanotech shit like everybody else, but no, he doesn't actually.
Because they
Which
want
is like I feel like that would be useful now.
Yeah, because they want
or just come in with your suits.
Yeah, that's what I think. Well, like, but they just want the fighting to have some quote unquote stake, so they just don't give him a suit at all.
Yeah, very weird, very bizarre. So somehow the data that Torres finds gives enough information that reveals the plan that this person figured out a way to go through someone's genetic makeup to implant a flashing light sequence that can brainwash the person to follow their commands through the song Mr. Blue.
Oh shit, that's Hydra?
Nice.
They fucking figured that out.
No.
Oh, sorry. Is that the Red Room? The Red Room. They have actual mind control. Is that
Nope. Yeah, so no, but like so what the reason why I wrote that note in particular is like, wow, whoever the buyer is, like they just like wrote their entire evil plan like in a PDF form that like can like tell exactly what happened. And that's like this is exactly what I'm gonna do. This is exactly like what like like the flashing lights was gonna brainwash the person to do what I want them to do. It's just silly. It's just silly.
even that I was like, oh shit, that shouldn't be revelation. That's like common things in the MCU.
And that's like it's so weird because like again they should have put together the pieces about brainwashing earlier, and then like Sam's like, so it is brainwashing. So you could have said that to Ross, and he would have heard you out. I swear they had a chance. It's not like he was angry at Sam at the beginning. He was going out of good faith. So yeah, dumb. Oh, and then suddenly there's like a PDF video of Samuel Stearns talking in a lecture hall. And yeah, that's where we learned that the buyer is actually Samuel Stearns. Go ahead.
Oh wow, Samuel fucking Stearns. This
That
shit
guy we
had
haven't seen since 2008.
fucking 2008. Don't worry, they absolutely forgot about his characterization. So, in the previous scene, Samuel Stern and Ross talked, and all he said is, "I'm mad that you robbed me in prison." I was like, "Is that it? You sure?" You got
So there's a bit more to that.
if you don't remember this guy's characterization in fucking Incredible Hulk, this guy's obsessed with power. No, I mean not actual power. I mean the power of a Hulk and like invention and stuff. How genetic makeups can enhance individuals. So he experienced a lot of things, and when he actually got the chance to use that, he did nothing. That's fucking insane. Okay, but and also the other thing, how the fuck did he take over the entire prison?
So again, there's some exposition going on here, so I'll give it the benefit of the doubt when we talk about it a little bit. So first off, yes, he looks fucking terrible. We've waited 17 years to see the leader, and he looks like a fucking booger.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's super disappointing. But let's see. I want to first talk. Let's tackle some things first before we talk about what his new characterization after 17 years. Like, let's see what we're rebuilding this up for. The leader says that it's difficult to surprise him because he believed that there was an 89% chance that Sam would have walked away after Isaiah was arrested. But here he is in front of him. I fucking hate probability bullshit.
No, I just laughed. I was like, what the fuck?
The problem is like there are characters who actually have probability powers, but like they never do it right. So like every time they do it now, it's like it just always looks stupid. It's like, yeah, 89% chance I thought you were gonna sit out when Isaiah was arrested.
I was like,
you don't know who Sam is then.
I was like, oh, I'm sorry. My best friend got falsely accused to broke into prison, so I'm not gonna do anything. Low was like, no, your fucking the problem should be a 100% chance he's gonna fucking take out find out what's gonna happen.
Yeah, 89% chance Sam would have walked away, but nope. Sam says that. So not Sam. So, by the way, they never call him the leader. Of course, they would never do that. They would always call him Stern every time. So there you go. Leader says that.
Do you know who?
Uh-huh.
Dr. Dumb, I'm so sorry. Dr. Dumb in Fantastic Four, Fantastic. I'm gonna be honest, this is basically just Dr. Dumb in Fantastic, the design. Remember that?
And he's in that movie too, by the way.
Yeah. I was like
as Mole Man, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, and he's the best character in that movie. Fun fact.
Yeah, so Leader says that he hired the Serpent Society because it was they were a necessary piece to allow certain statistical certainties to happen. But then Taurus thinks that maybe the leader's just not as smart as he thinks he is, which is true. But we'll
yeah. By the way, he does not even expect them to track his phone.
Yeah. And Sam doesn't. Right, that's true. Sam doesn't understand why Leader would want to kill Ross. And then Leader was saying, Ross put him in prison without a trial. And after the gamma warped his brain and his appearance, so here's a few things. He says that Ross kept him in prison for 16 years and used his mind to solve problems. His solutions was what allowed Ross to become president of the United States. He wasn't trying to kill Ross because if Ross would have already been dead already. So first note, It may have been 16 to 17 years since the Incredible Hulk 2008 movie dropped, but in universe, it's been much longer than that because of the blip. So it is impossible for the leader to be in prison for only 16 years. That's
Yeah.
one note. Yep.
That's why I was like, yeah, that's also the first thing I call was like, no, 16 years. No, I think that's 20 years at least.
Yeah. Honestly, it might even be. It might have to be 25 at this point. I'm not gonna lie.
And
Uh,
second of all, yeah,
but go ahead.
why would Ross do that?
So we do get an explanation for that later. At least Ross kind of explains it later. But like,
Yeah, I know the explanation because I was like, this is so out of character when I first heard that. I was like, wow, Ross literally forgoes power, literally just like stop obsessed with power. It's like
yeah,
shit like they and
he
learn to
wants.
respect like power individuals at the end of Incredible Hulk. I was like, what?
Yeah, it's like you have to remember that he's been doing that since 2008, since or whenever the Incredible Hulk is. It's apparently 2010. I don't know. I'm not gonna figure that logic out, but like he's been doing it for a long time with the leader. So even when you watch him as Secretary of State, he's there. He was the leader's in a bunker being tortured by General Ross. Just remember that when you rewatch the movie, I guess.
And by the way, I love that Sam just asked, why do you want to kill Ross?
Yeah, yeah.
What
like,
the fuck?
which is
By the way, if you're an evil person was like, why do you want to kill me? A person that I know that he's been arrested for 16 locked up for 16 years because of that shithead. You know, shit like this. By the way, how the fuck does Sam not know? I guess Sam just did not know about Samson. I hate that both of them actually call Sam.
yeah, Doc Simpson, but to be fair with you.
Yeah.
Sasquatch, which also never happens in the MCU.
But yeah, just Sam was like, "Oh, why do you want to kill Ross?"
Yeah,
I was like,
I
I
mean,
don't know.
we kind of talked. They needed to explain the exposition for the audience, of course, because people didn't watch the Incredible Hulk 16 years ago, 17 years ago. So we need to remind them. So yeah, that's how exposition works. And Sam says that leader's plans are getting his plans getting a lot of people hurt, including his friend Isaiah, and he's not going to stop until the leader stops. And then leader asks, why is Sam helping Isaiah? Because Ross already knows that leader was responsible for what happened in the White House, but finds it odd that Ross is still keeping Isaiah locked up as prisoner despite this knowledge. So obviously Sam was not aware that Isaiah was already proven innocent of his actions, but he's still in jail anyway. Fascinating. I wish there was more drama on that because that could have actually been pretty interesting.
Yeah, Sam.
But
Yeah,
Sam is conveniently placed under a sonic cannon that the leader turns on. So yeah, his brainwashed soldiers come in to fight Sam and Taurus, allowing leader to escape. None of the soldiers have guns, conveniently, so it appears that the leader doesn't want to kill Sam now, despite ordering Sidewinder to kill Sam. But then there's the probability argument that he knew Sam would stop Sidewinder from killing him just so that he could show his big brain. I don't understand.
by the way, Samson was like, also the leader was like, hey, by the way, Ross actually knows about I'm the one who killed Isaiah or something. Not Isaiah, sorry, attacked the White House, and he still let
Yes.
Isaiah brought in prison. I was like, yeah, why? Yeah, why do you do that?
Because Ross is not a good person. Duh.
What the fuck? And which is like, okay, which is gotta be a lot of contradiction to his character.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. After defeating the brainwashed soldiers, Ruth tries to get her men to stop attacking Sam and Taurus, but it turns out they were also brainwashed. Luckily, she's just not brainwashed, I guess. So she
by the way,
joins in with the Black Widow skills to fight everybody else.
I just want to mention that Sam actually tried to stab and beat the fuck out of people who are basically just brainwashed individuals that literally did nothing wrong. I was like, what the fuck? You just got stabbed this guy? Seriously?
He'll heal. He'll heal. So Ruth is helping Sam because she found out that he was right. Sam is arrested for trespassing government property, despite Ruth was trying to stop this from happening. Makes sense. Before Sam is arrested, the Mr. Blue music is playing, and the government agents are brainwashed, and now they're attacking the three, but they managed to escape. So, yeah.
Yeah. To be honest,
not
it's
really
like-
much to say.
and then there's not really much to say aside from that. Yeah, I really did not believe that this person is gonna beat up all those people here.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
Ross is it cuts back to Ross said the Prime Minister of Japan they found out that the Prime Minister of Japan was correct on the intel that American was interfering with the adamantium, and they were trying to figure out who did the breach. Ross is getting a lot of information at once because the two informants are like yelling like, this is what you need to do. No, this is what you need to do. And Osaki plans to use his navy to take Celestial Island for himself. Ross is asked to get back to DC, and there's arguments. Ross is getting in a panic attack, and he slams his fist on the table that cracks from the hit. So something is strong.
And then I was like,
something boiling inside of him.
Which is like, okay, I don't remember this gives him super strength aside from when he's actually half Hulk, but he's not yet. And then he just like, I'm the wartime. I'm the wartime general. It's like, I'm not going home empty-handed.
Yeah, this is where he goes completely senile.
Was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's that Thunderbolt Ross. Thunderbolt Ross.
Basically, they just rushed him. I was like, they destroy him again because now he's like, I want to cause World War III. That's basically the implication. What is that is?
We're not gonna go to. We're gonna get what is ours. America was accused Japan accused America for taking what's not theirs as their own, and he says, "Yeah, I'm gonna do that anyway."
I was like, what the? I was like, and then I was like, I'm gonna start World War III.
Yeah, and I understand he's upset and all, but and obviously this to justify his Hulk rage, one might say. But no, it's not really justified.
No, it just jumping conclusions. Now it's just like, I'm sad that I'm mad that Japan does not like us. I was like, World War III.
Ross orders a strike.
I forgot to mention that. Why the fuck did Japan wanted to do that as well? When we know that Japan cannot fight the US, in real life.
So that's kind of ultimately the problem. Is like I understand. At the end of the day, this is like you guys are fighting over material goods, despite it's not really it's not like actual metal. It's like adamantium, something that none of you guys understand. So when you have like this whole war conflict that coming in, like Japan's like, yeah, I'm gonna go and storm in and just try to steal it for myself and all that stuff. I mean, the problem is like other countries are also trying to do that too, and they're trying to use the peace treaty to make it so that everybody can get equal amount of adamantium among themselves. So it's like I don't know. It's like if you're storming to steal it, then other people are going to react and they're going to try to steal it, which will cause a war. So.
And the other thing is you're Japan. You're not gonna able to fight USA. They have 10,000 superheroes there.
It's not going to just be Japan has superheroes too, but they'll never remember that because the MCU is only remembers America and nothing else. But ignoring that,
also Africa. Wakanda, remember?
Again, they only rely on whatever Marvel studio knows about.
Also, by the way, I have a question, genuine question.
If
adamantium is stronger than vibranium, how can they mine How can they mine adamantium by sending? By that's a real question. How do they mine adamantium?
Well, you gotta hope there's like a jagged edge on the on the. This is why you should not make adamantium a space metal too. But again, I don't want to go back into that conversation again.
But yeah, just like how do you mine that? How do you dig adamantium? Shouldn't you have like fucking like spend like billions of ships?
They've
Just
already done it since like the Sidewinder already had access to like mined adamantium already, so
which
it's
is
definitely
also
possible. But yeah.
it's like how? I want to know how.
Hey,
What
maybe
reason?
maybe there was just a rusty part on the Celestial's body or something, like a toenail.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So oh wait, there is no toenails, but his fingernails, maybe fingernails.
Maybe. Oh my god.
So
Don't.
Ross orders a strike force team to head to Celestial Island. He advised not to disturb the Japanese, but Ross wants to get any hands on adamantium for the Americans. And yeah, so Sam goes to some base, and like D-Man is already there. So he says, "Look into these pills," and then Taurus has to try and find out a way to block out the leader playing Mr. Blue, which doesn't really go anywhere because they never actually figure out a way how to stop the Mr. Blue playing song thing. Oh, and by the way, I didn't even know this reference, but like I forgot about the reference to be fair. Mr. Blue, that was what Samuel Stearns used to call himself. Call me Mr. Blue. So that's the song, and that's the song playing throughout the movie. If you didn't
Yay.
watch, if you don't remember 2008 like I did, then yeah, that you won't remember that reference.
I did, and I did not give a shit. So
Yeah, so somehow Sidewinder is here with
oh no,
with
fuck that. Let's do that first. So they escaped the FBI because they got brainwashed. By the way, that got nowhere.
it went nowhere because the thing is like Leader doesn't want to kill Captain America, but he wants to make it hard for him. I don't know what he really wants. The thing about Leader and Captain America's relationship, it doesn't make any sense. Maybe because he's a Hulk villain and not a Captain America villain, but
And then they were like, "Oh, I stole a car and just drive here," which is like really close. And then they,
you know,
and then
I'm sorry, but like I refuse to believe that Sam Wilson has no inkling of like maybe we should talk to Bruce Banner at
yeah,
all.
that's what I said.
Okay,
Was
okay.
like that's what I said. Was like, why did they not call Bruce, Sharon, Nick, or anyone? That's gotta be really important for the situation.
Hell, I'd take Jennifer Walters at this point. Take She-Hulk. I mean, at least she can put up a fight. But it is what it is at this point. I don't understand this movie, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so side, yeah, I mean, they all get away.
I mean, I gotta
nothing
be.
to it.
I need to mention one thing that's Taurus did that's dumb. So remember the Mr. Blue song, right?
Uh,
That got triggered mind control properties, and Sam was like, Taurus was like, yeah, let's play it outright, immediately in front of a bunch of people. I was like, what the fuck?
yeah, but it's apparently it's Torres' own version of Mr. Blue. It's not the brainwashing Mr. Blue. Oh, cool. It's like the audience can understand the difference, or Sam.
Yeah, and
Uh,
it's not like this is gonna be like really risky, and you don't know that can you just do that by just playing regular versions of that song?
and the other problem too is like because like here they say Torres, can you figure out a way how to block out Mr. Blue so people can't hear that anymore? But it's like that's like hard to do that, and honestly, they never answered that question because yeah, I mean, how do you stop like mass listening of Mr. Blue? You just have to block out the song. Like, how do you do that? So they never answered that question. But like, I don't know. It was like an unrealistic problem that had no solution. So
And
it was a
to be
weird
honest,
thing to bring up. But yeah.
actually, Rufus' response was like, "Are you crazy?" He was like, "Yeah, are you crazy? What the fuck?" Yeah, and to be honest, honestly, this is like the last part I like Roof, and then because everything afterwards, she just stops being, she just basically just doing things on the sideline. She's not doing
Yeah,
anything.
yeah. So you see, so Sidewinder is here as well. Sam told us he was going to a police custody. So I don't know what he's doing here out in the desert. But yeah, so Sidewinder is saying like, so Sam is there. Sidewinder's like, it's obvious that you don't know what to do with the leader, and that's why you're here because out of options. So it's like, I'll talk about the leader, but I want immunity. Of course, just to flex off that they got Giancarlo Esposito and just give him an extra scene so that we don't feel like we're wasting his time. So Sam can't do that but he's telling Sidewinder that, if you are out with immunity, Stearns doesn't like loose ends. So then Sidewinder agrees, you know what? Reduce sentence and allow me to pick my own cell. So that was agreeable terms. So Sidewinder does get to explain. He's an expo dump about the leader, and he was infected by Bruce Banner's blood, but rather than getting the strength, he got his mind to a degree. The ability to see through all probability solutions. Ross saw this opportunity that rather than removing the gamma from Leader's blood, Ross increased the dose instead, turning Leader into his own personal think tank, creating technology, weapons, and all that for the state.
What?
That's the first part.
He's not even the president yet.
Yeah, but he was doing it for the country. So it's like, at that point, it's like he probably just got him to Secretary of State.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, why would should we get to the part where Ross explained why he locked up Stern, because we have to hold that up for a bit.
We're almost there.
Yeah,
Almost there. I did write it in my notes, so we'll definitely get to it.
Yeah, that's so out of character, but it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, so Ross was pretty much power hungry essentially. There is an explanation to his power hungriness, but it's not very strong, but we'll get to that. But yeah, so basically Leader was doing all this stuff. Why did he so Sam even asked, like, why did Leader agree to keep doing things like this? Because Ross promised to pardon Leader after he was made president, but obviously that never happened. Sam tries to understand how did the leader hire the Serpent Society to go to Japan and steal adamantium, knowing that it would divide the two countries.
What the fuck?
So Sidewinder says that he was paid through a CIA black fund. Sam knows that would kill the treaty and start a war, which Sidewinder follows with Ross being the one that will get blamed for the chaos. Both of them are aware that Ross has a temperament and how Ross would deal with when he's placed in this geopolitical trap.
My first question when I saw this: why the fuck did the leader tell this random hired gun all of this?
Because we need Giancarlo Esposito to look like he's a great addition for our story, but we also don't want him to be useless.
Yeah, so the leader just becomes a fucking moron, just like, here's all the information. So
the thing is, like, I don't think this is a reshoot. It's just that I find this all like clearly just to give him some of that Gus Fring isms onto him.
Yeah, I was like, even that I was like,
because ultimately the whole gun shooting, knife throwing thing is like, it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it's like that Wolverine was like, hey, I'm the guy, I'm gonna destroy your multiverse, I'm gonna kill your fucking girlfriend, I'm gonna kill everyone you love in front of a guy who you want to help with. It's like, why do you tell him all of this?
Yeah, nah, it's all right.
And then the other
thing
he just knows. And here's the other thing: how did the Japan will find out that the money will be stealing from the CIA black fund? And it's by hiring some terrorists to steal the adamantium from Japan.
Yeah. So so the idea is, of basically what he's saying is it's a CIA black fund, so indicating that America had some thing that gave them the money to get the Serpent Society out there. So that's kind of so. The idea is like that's what's causing the conflict, where like the two countries are going into war, and then Ross would be blamed since he's the president, and he's already going over there right now, and all that stuff. So,
What the? How
uh,
do you
which
think of
we didn't get to that yet. We didn't get to that yet, where they learned this information, but yeah. So that's basically what. This is what Sam learns about Ross. He still hasn't learned the whole picture yet, but it's not a very good picture on Ross. So Sam asked Ruth if she knew anything about Ross was like this. She says no, but this was kind of a decent line. Ross is not like that kind of man anymore, but she says none of us deserve to be defined by their past, that kind of
And
thing. So
and I love that how Giancarlo Esposito at the end was like, you when I break out of prison, you won't find me alive. Was like, dude, you can't even beat this guy when he does not have armor or weapons. How do you think you got to kill him?
Giancarlo said he was getting a sequel, like he's getting his own TV show or something. I don't know if that's real. He said it. He's like, there's an interview of him saying that. I just don't know if that's actually going to happen.
Oh, absolutely not, because
Who the fuck is
that's
going to?
it's the MCU.
Maybe if the Serpent Society was like the actual Serpent Society, but even that's kind of like pushing it. But let's see. So for my note for that is like it could have been this. None of us deserve to be defined by your past. It's like it could be a decent line if there was any weight to the characters in question.
I don't even remember who said that.
Sabra said it.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really hate her character. That's the thing.
Yeah. So D-Man tells Sam that the pills need another 24 hours to know what is in them. He also tells Sam that Ross is already heading to the Indian Ocean with a strike team. So this is what fucking pisses me off. Sam and Torres were able to fly all the way from America to the Indian Ocean with their own flying suits and make it there before the conflict happens. That is over 11,370 miles. And Sam and Torres are able to make it when Ross was already at Celestial Island. Japan was already at Celestial Island, and they were able to make it before the conflict even started. Do you understand how ridiculous that is?
Yeah, and okay, fine. I guess the flight has like hypersonic speed or some shit. I was like, but how does Sabra?
Still impossible.
Okay, but here's the thing: how does Sabra go there?
She's on a helicopter. So...
What? That's faster than fucking fighter jets. You kidding me? Because and basically she's like the best way to just talk to Ross. Is like just give him a call.
Yeah. No. So you see, so I also wrote this note too, just for like context. This is worse than the Flag Smashers waiting for Sam to fly from Louisiana to New York to stop their plans in the Fatwish show, because that one is at least in the same country, United States, and all that stuff. Here you're talking about flying all the way across the globe to the Indian Ocean, right before a conflict is about to happen, and a conflict that doesn't rely on Sam anyway. Because with the Flag Smashers, you can argue that Sam, because Carly was looking up in the sky looking for Sam, and then she said, "Start the plan." So at least there's like an indication that Sam had to be there for the plan to start. So, which is not saying much, but like at least it's something. Here, they don't need Sam to do this whole conflict in Japan versus America. So, again, this is another. These are some examples of showing like you can replace Captain America with another character, and probably the same film would happen. Let's be serious.
Yeah, and so after I don't even know what to say, because like when Sabra just say the lines like we don't have to define by our past, it's like I'm not the man anymore. Sam has literally no rebuttal for that.
Yeah. That was a little bit earlier, but everyone reaches inside to speak to Ross. Sam is willing to discuss the information he learned at Camp Echo 1.
The next scene is also ripped off from Winter Soldier. Remember when Alexander Pierce just shoot his like house house cleaner because she forgot his phone, and she
No, that was.
overheard.
Oh, that's a little bit later, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no,
Uh
that's straight after, and then she just like fucking shoot the. Yeah, the leader just.
oh, okay. I didn't write that one. I just thought it was stupid.
Yeah, so that's a rip-off scene. That so the leader was like, "Hey, do you have a phone? Let me shoot you guys." I was like, "Oh, cool, that's just a rip-off." Because I was like, "Why do you need to do that? You literally have a fucking military base. You
He's a
literally
human. He's a human booger.
Oh, makes sense. Let me just abandon my entire mind control military base and go to some random person's house to get a phone and watch
And
TV."
it turns out that guy was an admiral, so it's like, oh, he's killing somebody from the military, I guess. Which, okay, I mean, that still doesn't justify why he needs to go all the way over here to kill somebody. But okay, unless that guy is from the Incredible Hulk as well, and I just don't know the reference. Which honestly,
Mm,
maybe at this point, I
No,
don't know.
no, it's just a reference. It's just a rip-off scene from Winter Soldier. If you
Yeah,
that's a reference.
yeah. So, basically, now Sam is in the submarine talking to Ross, and Sam is willing to, Sam tells that leader is behind everything, stealing the adamantium, the assassination attempt, giving the Japanese intel about this information, also that Japan and America go to war and put the blame on Ross. They both yell at each other as Sam tries to understand why would Ross frequently go to a black site. Ross reveals that it was because he was dying. The pills was the only thing keeping him alive. In return, Ross gave Leader the hope that he will one day get his life back too. He couldn't let the leader go because there would not be a way for him to get into to get the pills to keep him alive. Um, that's the first part of the explanation. So, basically, like the reason why he treated Leader that way is because like the reason why he kept Leader all those years is because he has the ability to make pills that can keep him alive, whereas all medicine was like not helping him, the heart failure and all this stuff. So he needed to prolong his life. And then the extra edition, uh, after the Hulk and Abomination had their scuffle in Harlem, Ross had to be the one to take the fall. Stearns just happened to be collateral damage for this. Again, you watch Civil War, you don't feel any of that.
Well, yeah,
Um,
well, because when I saw this, I was like, "Where did that happen?"
again, it's like the only way I could buy it is like if we saw Ross in multiple projects where he's just, but like no, it's kind of hard because like he's Secretary of State, so he has to at some point like people forgave him to make him a government official, but now he's like going to be president, and now we want to remember he was a bad person maybe in the past.
Uh,
That's dumb.
Also, remember what do you know? Do people even remember his job is? What his job is in Civil War? His first scene. He blames people for he blames people for collateral damage, and now people are blaming him for collateral damage. I was like, why do you even get hired in the first place?
Yeah, no, yeah, they just don't align the characters that like it's like a different character from. I know it's a different actor, but like you turned him into a different character, literally.
And by the way, there's a scene before that you missed that I was like, that's so stupid because like basically remember head secretary leader of Ross, Sabra or Ruth, whatever the fuck you want to call. She was like,
Uh,
I want to talk to you. This is my investigation. And the result is Ross be just like, before she can say the answer, Ross is like, go fuck yourself. That's,
yeah,
I was like,
I remembered. I just didn't really care to talk about it. Yeah,
but it was like, that literally that fucked his character again. I was like, why? But yeah, that's the only thing I want to mention.
it's just
And
more
then
like he's mad at Sam being there that he just doesn't give a fuck anymore.
it's like, yeah,
Kind of thing.
I'm just gonna imprison people. I'm just gonna let your friend die. Lol. That's the implication.
Yeah. Ross dedicates everything for his country for Betty, but she never forgave him for sending the army after Banner. So Ross needed to save a life so that Betty could see that Ross was the same man that used to take her to see the cherry blossoms.
Okay,
Again,
so many things to unpack.
so if I never watched The Incredible Hulk, if or if the Incredible Hulk was if the Incredible Hulk came out last year and then I was watching this movie, then maybe I could at least give some leeway. Okay, maybe Betty does still not like Ross after, for this and all this stuff. The problem is that film was 17 years ago, and Betty Ross has not been mentioned by name, by picture, anything by Bruce Banner for decades. And you expect me to believe that she is still mad at Ross for how she treated Bruce Banner, especially when he's on the Avengers, especially when he's a fucking bitch now as Professor Hulk and all that stuff. You expect me to believe that she is still mad at what her dad did 20 years ago? It doesn't make any sense.
And yeah, and so okay, should we just lead this into Ross?
Yeah, go ahead. That's
So
we're at the part now.
yeah, so the Ross's motivation is I'm dying. I need pills reasons. And I'm sad that my fucking daughter did not care about me anymore. Fucking character assassination. First off, okay, let's just go on the easiest part. What illness is Ross suffering that he needs pills immediately for 16 years?
Heart failure.
Heart failure. What the? Do you know this? Do you know that we have cure for heart failure for 16? You lasted
Well,
for 16 years.
Not really. At least in this effect of like that's keeping him alive for so long. At least
like-
we don't have anything natural that could like do that. It might help like maybe for 4 or 5 years, maybe, but like I don't know about 16. That's a lot. That's a long time.
Okay, because the first thing is because Ross in the first movie was like, yeah, he does not like the power individuals want to use the power, but like he learned to not to abuse it at the end. He realized like that you should just let power go, and then you just tell me that because my heart failure, I'm gonna lock up an innocent person in prison. Okay, he's not technical, so okay, so he's not innocent, but it's like he's way
Stearns,
worse.
yeah.
But you literally experiment him, put more radiation in his brain, which is literally something he learned not to do that after the Incredible Hulk, which also informed in Civil War.
The other
Just to make
problem too
him-
is like he's talking about like how he saw the statistical probabilities and that they were accurate. So Ross decided to exploit that by increasing the dosage and all this stuff.
to like
Which-
give him, was like
Give him a
Even-
higher level of intelligence, I guess, which he's not intelligent, by the way.
yeah no, and the other thing, which I was like, that is fucking betrayal of his character. Even that was like that does not justify you lock him in prison without a trial. You can just like go to his bed. It was like, if you help me cure my heart failure, I'll reduce your sentence. You can just give him a try and just like you know what, I'll let you like live in your room scot free. Just don't do anything as long as you keep making me pills. That's all you need to do.
The only thing
And-
about the trial thing is like, so the idea is like Stearns himself is collateral, or the idea is like if he reveals like how he became the leader essentially, so it's like you kind of, it's like opening the possibilities of getting Ross in trouble because he got another person as a victim of the whole Bruce Banner abomination thing. So I guess that was the thing, but like even then, there's a lot of loops to jump through because of, you know, we're talking about a project from 17 years ago.
Yeah, and okay, here's the second thing. So Ross makes like what's it called? The leader just make a bunch of weapons and stuff, just get him in the states and tell him how to do that. Blah blah blah. Okay, fuck it. Why does he want to do that? And second of all, if he's having him to like make weapons and shit, that does not show in the MCU. How does any of that work? And why does he want to have like a lot of insane weaponry? And
Well,
because-
so the idea is like if he's improving the weaponry and of the state and all that stuff, then like it does give more trust to the military guy that he has all these like great weapons that could be useful and all this stuff.
which
Again,
oh,
you don't really see these weaponries that they're talking about because like the MCU is kind of weak
even
in
yeah.
terms of that. Like I don't know, maybe like a weapon that can help neutralize a Hulk. Maybe that would be important for later in the movie.
Yeah, that
Um,
oh, by the way, that's also funny because Because it's okay, I don't blame people if they don't remember the Incredible Hulk. But Ross never wants to do. This is basically what Ross did, and he overcomes it. The reason why he wants the Hulk because of his incredible power weapon, so he can do it on the soldiers. And then suddenly,
It's like a Ultimate's version of Hulk. It's not like 616 Hulk. It's more of the alternate universe. But that was back when the MCU was more relying on the Ultimate Universe story, but where they wanted to make the Hulk a product of super soldier serum.
Yeah.
But
And then he literally just at the end he accepted that no, not gonna do that. I'm gonna let you go because that's not worth it. And sometimes it's not good to exploit people like this, like Bruce, like the leader.
So there is a thing about Ross in general for the end of the movie that we'll talk about later in terms of his previous actions that was mentioned in this movie and how it's resolved. But yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, and then
let's just kind of speed a
perfect.
little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
His relationship with Betty, because this is also really important for his character. Since people don't remember the Incredible Hulk, does he care about Betty? Yes. Does he care about Betty to this degree that he was like sad that he was be so sad that Betty does not give a shit about him? Absolutely fucking not.
My argument against that is that he is dying, but he also wants to have that relationship back before he dies, that she doesn't hate him anymore or anything like that. My issue with that is just like that's quite a long time. It's quite a long time.
16 fucking years, 17 years.
Longer than that because of the blip.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the problem. It's like I can understand his motivation of because like if you're dying and like somebody hates you and you want to like you don't want to have that bad relationship before you die or anything like that, and you have the chance to like redeem yourself. I'm sure people would want to take that chance and all this stuff. But the problem is it's just like again, if she's upset about how Bruce Banner was treated, Bruce Banner doesn't give a fuck about you, and you don't. So it's like I don't really. It's really dumb for that reason alone, because like it ultimately comes down to a problem that I had 2 decades ago, and yeah, it's like I'm still mad at you for that, even though Bruce doesn't love you anymore. He clearly doesn't, because otherwise he would have talked about you.
Yeah. So basically, this Ross is absolutely character assassinated from his action from the entire movie, and
we'll talk about his resolution though.
And I'll do this. Say this. This is basically his entire arc in the Incredible again in this movie. That's why he has to sort of have an arc because they just redo it.
It's a little different. Well, it's different in the sense of like since it relies more on telling over showing, whereas the other one does showing over telling. So
yeah, so
that's what makes it different. It's by technicality.
So that's all I want to say about this scene, and they absolutely ruined Ross a lot.
But we'll see. I mean, maybe that ending has something new to say. But Sam believes Ross can still be that person that Betty remembered. He needs to understand. He understands what it was like for somebody that has. So this is a little bit back to like what they talked about with the whole "you're not Steve Rogers." So he uses that as a point, like in a way, not directly saying it, but like implying. He understands what it's like to have someone that has something to prove, but everyone else only seems to look at the one thing only. He says that the only way that people can see their true self is by staying true to who they are in moments like this, using this to tie into how the leader wants Ross to cause the geopolitical conflict. I'll say though, it's a decent speech. I don't like how much Ross had to be assassinated to get to this point. I do agree with that. But I do think Sam's speech here is pretty good. If that makes sense.
It's just like moments like this. It was like call off the action, right? Hopefully Ross means it's like just call off everything. It was like, yeah, is that what has happened? It's like, no, let's just send everyone to shoot everyone.
No, well, to be fair, Ross was informed that 2 of their jets have fired onto the Japanese fleet without permission, and then they go out and they see that, well, it turns out the Americans have have 2 members that are brainwashed. Listening to Mr. Blue.
I'm gonna be honest.
So, mhm.
Why did Stern have those specific pilots' brain scan? I never
That's this is the problem. It's like when you explain to me how is it that like he is able to brainwash people. Well, you see, I stole the genetic makeups of like these individual people, and like now they'll do what I want. I mean, I guess, but then it's like how obsessed do you have to be to like know individual people and where their status is in the places that you're going? It's really weird. I don't. And
Yeah.
no, Leader is not like this in the comics. That's not his character.
No, don't worry. He's just this guy. Don't worry. This guy's motivation is revenge against the president. Low. That's literally his motivation.
We waited 17 years for the Leader and all for this. But you see, we're getting to the Red Hulk shit. But we'll get to that.
Don't worry. No, remember remember this because this got important later. He wants to cause World War III. He does not, as long as he got revenge on President Ross. Remember this.
But he kind of says he doesn't care about World War III in general. He just wants. Well, yeah, I guess that's what you're saying. Is like he wants. I don't care if the World War III happens. I just want Ross to lose.
Yeah, so basically, he just like I want to kill innocent people as long as I don't care if innocent people died or a lot of the people in the world died as long as Ross lose. Remember this.
Yeah, Ross is yes, so Ross is there. Japanese Sam and Torres have to go out to try to get the Japanese out of the air, so that otherwise they'll escalate the war. They try to tell through the cockpit to stop the fight, but the brainwashed Americans are still attacking. Japan proceeds to fire. There's a shot where Sam is surfing on a missile that could have been which for me is like I could have been okay with that if the movie was better and like that was like the comic booky thing. But yeah, the dumb thing though is like Sam is like surfing on the missile, but he's also pushing it into the water. So you have to be strong to do that. So
no, because a missile flies at 3 times the speed of sound at the very least.
Yeah, but so is Sam, to be fair. Because they turn him into a supersonic flyer. The aerial. So I'll say the aerial attack scene was all right visually. I think it's clear they put a lot of their budget into that, especially with how much they put in the trailers. Ross cannot reveal to the Prime Minister of Japan where the rogue Americans are. So Ross tries to call Osaki to tell him to call off the thing. There was some rogue Americans. They're getting orders from something else, and we're trying to stop them. And then he's saying like, so where are they getting their orders from? Ross cannot reveal that, so that's why Japan continues on with the attack.
Japan's like, yeah, by you. How did your assassins behind the Captain America? I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like because like Ross is saying like, no, it's not by me, it's by somebody else. All right, then who is it? He doesn't want to say that though, so it's like, okay, so it has to be you then, right? So it's like forced accountability. Yes,
yeah, and even that was like Japan was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna let World War III keep continue.
To be fair, the Americans are brainwashed. Americans are shooting at Japanese when they weren't going to do that originally, but yeah, maybe we don't know. Ross cannot reveal to the Prime Minister of Japan where the rogue Americans were getting their orders from if they were not from him, so they are not letting him out of the attack. Stearns hacks into Ross's headset to taunt him by encouraging him to let his rage boil out. Leader seems to be capable of escaping his own, but still acts like he's still in prison. It might be due to wanting the cure to be free from the leader, but that isn't clear. So sorry, I didn't say that very clearly. Basically, like, so leader seems to be able to be free. He shot up some admiral's home, killed the guy and his wife, and then he's there. But he says like, I want you to make me free. But you're free right now.
Yeah. It was like, yeah, you are free. You said that he locked you in prison. And it was like, yeah, you can walk free anytime.
Yeah, so that's the thing that didn't make sense to me. Joaquin almost dies trying to destroy one of the missiles, and he falls into the water. That'll be important for
Civil War
later.
reference. Fuck you.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Because-
Leader continues to taunt Ross, encouraging him to rage out. He's able to stop this with his bare hands, and he's able to kill Captain America. It's like what?
What the fuck? So you want to kill Sam the entire time?
It's like, do you want to kill Sam or not? It's like I'm confused. So Sam stops the Americans from attacking. Leader hears this, and Sam has succeeded, and Ross is trying to get back to calling Osaki, and this causes him to do the Gilligan scream. Ah!
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I love that all Ross needs to do is just turn off his earphones. Like, yeah, why don't you just do that?
Just take it off your headset, I
Just
guess.
take it off.
Yeah. The war has stopped. Taurus is badly injured with the critical condition where the doctors had to reset his heart. Bucky shows up. Now he shows up to comfort Sam, and so this is where all of this was that 5% I was talking about where they talk about fatwas stuff back in this movie when it didn't apply for most of the movie. Sam is questioning how Steve has led against 2 alien invasions could make him think that Sam could follow that. Reusing a concept from Fatwas that doesn't seem like it fits in the narrative of what the movie is doing with the character. So that was my first note. Sam thinks that he should have taken the serum like Steve and Bucky. Bucky asks, "Why do you think that?" And Sam believes that it's because everything is much bigger than him. He tells him that Ross asked him to restart the Avengers, and Joaquin is now in the ICU, and Isaiah is in prison, and he could have stopped Leader, but he got away. He almost was, and he was all like, and Leader almost got the war to start. Essentially, he thinks that Steve made a mistake about choosing Sam as Captain America. Bucky says that obviously that's not true because he wanted Sam for his character, not his strength. Again, this was already in Fatwas, and this movie did not have any pushback with Sam as Cap for most of the movies, though. It's kind of weird that it's happening now.
So because we're watching a watch party, was like, where did that came from? They just throw an entire arc just right now.
That's really the thing. It's like I don't mind. So I think maybe you can agree with this. Is like, could Sam feel a little bit of doubt because his Falcon almost got killed? Could he have some doubts about his abilities as a leader or anything that like somebody almost died on his watch?
Yeah.
I can see that, and it's like, but the thing is, like, I don't know, like, you're also the guy who witnessed your best friend Riley die, your wingman, the term you hated in the Fatwas show, but you didn't mind at all anywhere else. But
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, he also like when the terrorist died. Sorry, the person he sympathized with a lot that he thinks she has a good point died. He literally just like, you know what, do better. I believe in people. I'm gonna be Captain America because I have confidence now. It's a terrible speech. Okay, the speech is horrible, but the point is, he finally embraced being Captain America and lose all self doubts.
Yeah. And again, you can have doubt after somebody's about to die, like on your watch, Joaquin Torres. I could see that. The problem though is like where this is coming, where it's coming out of, like, because all of it comes back to like, Steve, like, he shouldn't have picked me and all that stuff. It's like, but the problem is like 90% of the movie is not like that. 90% of the movie is just Sam being confident as Captain America. This moment plus the line from Ross, which makes no sense, of "You're not Steve Rogers," it's like it doesn't really justify its placement there. So it's like, yeah, I get the idea of like Joaquin almost dying on him is like a reason that somebody could feel doubt. It's like, man, that's like, it's too big for me. Like, it's too big for all of this for me to do this. Like, and yeah, I mean, but you could say that about aliens. Like, you could talk about the Celestial is out of the planet. Like, you're talking about like fighting Thanos, and you're talking about like fighting all these other things. It's like it's already like evident that these are bigger than Steve himself. So it's like it's kind of weird to like I don't see like, which is kind of what Bucky's point is, like you had the same problems that Steve had the same problems. So it's not like it's not like he's any better than you are just because he has the serum. But like that's kind of what he's talking about. But again, this is something that was in Falcon and the Winter Soldier already.
Yeah, and they just redo the entire thing again. I was like, sure, right? I was like, fuck you, I don't care. And then okay, then we got like Bucky. I was like, I was by the way, Bucky just appears here. I was like, what?
Yeah, Congressman Bucky, by the way.
Oh,
gonna
how
talk-
did he?
I'm going to talk about that in a second. I just
But,
want to finish the conversation. Bucky assures that the serum does not mean much. Steve had it, and he still couldn't save everyone with it. Sam is a normal guy, and that is that he's doing his best, but having the serum would not solve the problems that Sam thinks it has. Which is, yeah, I mean, that's a fair thing to say. Bucky says that Steve was someone that people could believe in, but Sam is a person that people can aspire to be.
what?
Which is like, they both do that.
Yeah, I was like, Steve can't. No one aspires to be Steve.
It's like that's part I don't understand. That it basically means the same thing as well, by Bucky's definition. But yeah, so we could talk about that. Bucky is congressman.
Where did that came from? Because that nothing implies in Falcon and Winter Soldier he's got to become a congressman.
Yeah, but that's important in Thunderbolts, by the way. So
I mean,
Congressman Bucky Barnes. So here's my thing. This is what I mainly wanted to talk about here. In Falcon and Winter Soldier, he was viewed like a walking time bomb, who needed to go to therapy because of formerly being the Winter Soldier and all that. He was deemed by many online that he should not have been Captain America because saying, he was a former terrorist and that it would not make sense for him to take the role, even though he took the role in the comics years before Sam did. But, that's what people would like to say. So he's in Congress where a lot of this conversation about why he shouldn't be Captain America could have applied to. So fuck you, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Fuck you. And by the way, where's Bucky?
I still would have liked Bucky to be Cap first and then have Sam be Cap. But then again,
because
it's not like I hate the idea. It's just that
I kind of hated in theaters when I saw Endgame because actually, okay, you know what? That's one of the few things I hate during my first watch in theaters. In Endgame, I loved that movie at first, and until I really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one of the things I dislike. That was it. Oh, Sam have the shield. I was like, what? I thought because they did not establish as much of a connection with Sam and Steve compared to Steve and Bucky.
Yeah.
So I was like, I was so confused in theater. So I do not like that decision.
Yeah. My thing is like I've always like my thing about Sam is like I think he needed a Falcon movie, like a time where he can be himself. Like without Steve, like there's plenty of Falcon comics prior to him becoming Captain America. I feel like he should have had something like that where he can get more connections to Sam as a character first, and then before going into this whole, this arc with him going to be Captain America. I understand he's currently Captain America with Steve Rogers now, but there's also the whole thing that actors need to retire one day, or they need to stop doing superhero movies or something like that.
I'm so sorry. That means Chris Evans will not come back as a superhero movie. I'm so sorry. Wait, didn't he appear? Wait, so when's the last time he appears in an MCU movie?
See, but like Human Torch is different.
Sure. Oh shit. Sorry. That it means that she's not gonna appear in an upcoming movie. Wait. So remember what is his role in Avengers Doomsday again?
So it's a variant, I think, like a evil.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, I mean that is bound to happen because of what Robert Downey Jr. did for Dr. Doom. So,
don't worry, they got paid like Chris Evans like $100 million just to reprise the role, and then the budget is like $275 million just to hire 4 guys.
Yeah. So that happens. Sabra thinks Bucky is hot. Expected.
I mean, By the way, I just don't because at this point, because ever since that gut scene, Sabra just lost all the purpose. He just like hey she's just in the background out of nowhere, and now she's not involved in the two climax of the movie for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what the point is with the two.
Yeah, I
Uh,
actually. I mean, I was actually really interested in her before. Okay, not really interested, but kind of interested in her. But now that I know that she has nothing to contribute in the climax, like what? Why?
yeah. So Sam sees on the TV that Isaiah's going to a military judge the next day, and all that stuff. So I guess Ross still hasn't freed Isaiah from his imprisonment stuff. But okay, I guess. So D-Man learns that the pills are laced with gamma, and before he could tell Sam, so Leader just shows up and he knows that this is going to happen, and then he kills D-Man. By the way, beloved character Demolition Man just dies. Fantastic. I love it so much.
Wait, okay, my first question.
But yeah, first question is how the fuck did he get here? Is one.
Second question.
Second question is how the fuck does he know that D-Man knows about the gamma pills?
Third question.
It's like more on.
Okay, my third question. Why the fuck did the leader need to be here? If all he needed is just kill one guy, by just increasing sound.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Also, Isaiah's gonna die tomorrow, and apparently Ross did not do anything for some reason.
Yeah, that part I mentioned. Before he could tell Sam, the leader shows up. Wow, killing a beloved Captain America character.
Oh, by the way, Sam has Stern has a fucking audacity to say I'm the hero. So basically what he says, he believes everything he does is for the greater good.
Yeah. Generic bad guy talk.
And I was like, dude, you try to start World War III. What the fuck?
For the greater good. For a better new world. No, we're not here yet. No, we're not ready for the title drop yet. So yeah, Ross gets a call from Betty, finally. And she apologized that she should have called him earlier after the assassination attempt, wondering how he is. He tells her that he's trying to get better, and would like to take her on a walk through the cherry blossoms like the old days, and Betty agrees to that.
My first question, why? Yeah, I was like, yeah, why didn't you call when he almost got assassinated?
I could only accept it if it's like the bunker shit, blocking off all calls, like that kind of thing. But that's a small reach.
Yeah, even that was like it's Betty said that I should have called, so it's like you did not call.
Leader somehow gets all the way from West Virginia to Washington D.C. and finds Sam sitting on a random park bench at that. And he says that Sam has ruined his plans at the Indian Ocean, and now he is forced to turn himself in just to get what he wants. Why? What? You have to turn yourself in just to get what you want?
Yeah, just
and this is like where the leader is not in shadowy shit, so like you can actually see him full on the weird ass head that he has. Yeah, he looks garbage.
No,
and you can see in all the marketing his design has changed, like from like reshoot to reshoot. So that's hilarious. Yeah, so
like, he's like we both want the same thing, for the world to see Ross as he truly is.
Yes. Ross is currently at a press hearing talking about how the treaty is going through. He gets questions about issues among the Japanese and how the conflict even started in the first place. So you can kind of see like I'm getting a little annoyed.
The first
this is like intercutting. There's intercutting going on from this scene with Ross and this scene with Stearns and Sam. So yeah,
I want to say that when we were in a watch party, I was like, okay, fine, we got when we were like, okay, if that does not have caused us Ross return to Red Hook, what is gonna happen? And it was like, oh, there's an interference, and I was like,
we're almost there. Yeah.
Okay, don't worry. And then we just had to interview. It's like, okay, what's the first question? Sir, what do you say to report that the relationship with Japan broke down over your handling of the White House assassination attempt. What the fuck is that first question?
So there's obviously some conflict with Japan, or like something that must have happened, like the fact that you two were shooting at each other. So it's like, I guess, like, how does it tie back to the assassination attempt back from before? But yeah, it's hard to gauge it because like they're intercutting with the other scene as well. So Sam is trying to understand. The leader has been in contact with Ross for so long, yet he never went to the lengths to kill him. He knows that war is not what he wanted. It was to destroy Ross's legacy, which is like kind of weird because like, so then the leader's like, correct. It's like the thing is like leader already told him that earlier, so it's like they must have rewrote it, making him think that he didn't know. Oh, and this is also the scene where I realized that Tim Blake Nelson is like 5'5" because he's really short as the leader, so
Yeah.
it didn't really help his design. So Sam figures that the pills might be a problem with Ross, and leader gets arrested, but insists that Sam should find out the monster that Ross truly is. And Sam goes back to the White House, and the press learns through on the cell phones immediately that Samuel Stearns has turned himself in, and he confessed about the relations to Ross and all the bad things that Ross did to him and make him do. And then he plays the audio recording of Ross and Leader talking on the plane from earlier.
My first question is, why don't you just post that? You know, everything that Ross did to you, the bad things he did.
So it's like, why'd you have to turn yourself in? Because he just does.
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
Okay, Dad. Yeah. What did you? What
Yes,
did you?
I watched Screwed. I watched Pitch Meeting for the first time. I didn't realize how funny they are.
Yeah. Wait. Really?
Yeah, this is my first time watching it. It's really well. All right then.
Yeah. By the way, he does not even need to start World War III for that shit. All he had to do is just release that.
Just drop the tapes, man.
Just drop
Pause.
the tape. Just drop everything and just like done. That's all you need to do.
It makes no sense, man. So the things that Ross did to him and made him do, the recording is playing everything that was said in that plane scene, and Ross's Secret Service is trying to calm Ross down. He's basically doing that same scene where when he had the mustache. It's like where he's yelling and it's like and the people are trying to hold him back, but he's getting angrier. And
by the way, here's another thing that I didn't mention because all the reports are so stupid. Is it true? So the second reporter said, "Is it true hostility in the Indian Ocean occurred because the Japanese discovered it was you, the American, your government, who paid for Servant Society military group to steal the adamantium? How do you know that? You're the fucking reporter."
Unless somebody has intel from the Japanese, like fuck that American guy.
Yeah. Those are all the reports. I was like, here's a bunch of extremely insane questions that they asked Ross.
They're very specific. Yeah. So Red Hulk, we that character that this whole movie was dedicated, the marketing was all dedicated for. Red Hulk is finally here. We had to see an actor die, get a recast just to have him. So I hope all this was worth it. He turns into the Red Hulk. Red Hulk looks at a reflection to see what he has become, causing him to get angry. His Secret Service shoots him immediately. So it's like, that was very funny.
I was like, that's your president.
Like, I know he's the Red Hulk, but like, he's your president too. So it's like, is there a protocol for shooting your own president as the Red Hulk? So I don't know.
By the way, should we just mention Samuel Stearns' character assassination right now?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So
the obvious first thing is, why the fuck do you need to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Because you could just drop the tapes immediately. I mean, like, I guess it doesn't prove that this is Samuel Stearns talking in the audio recording, but like, I mean, you could also preface in the audio, this is Samuel Stearns, and this is what the leader. I mean, this is what your President Ross has done to me for 16 years, and then plays I don't know, some kind of generic. It's generic bad guy stuff, but like, you can at least do that to show you some level of competence. You don't have to turn yourself in, stupid ass.
And
Go
yeah,
ahead.
and the second, okay, here's the smaller thing. Why the fuck? What is his backup plan much better than his his original plan of starting World War III? All you have to do is just have him take pills. And I was like, oh, that's all you need to just have him take pills and one day just play some music and just that's it.
And it's like he's just talking shit, like because like in the original plan when he was in the submarine and like the war was happening with Japan, sort of, and like he's like, yeah, that's it, just rage and boil out. You have the strength to destroy everything with your two bare hands and kill Captain America too while you're at it. Okay, that's not really effective, but like going to while he's in a press interview and you have interviews of him talking to Samuel Stearns and all the torturing and all that stuff. Uh First off, okay, so that makes Ross stupider because, like, why would you want to willingly mention on phone that you I tortured you all those years ago, and all that stuff. Now it's like now I think about it, it's like that exposition lines is really bad because like it's trying to remind the audience that this is what happened 16 years ago and all that stuff, or decades ago because of the time jump, I guess, whatever. But it's not just that. It's just like Ross is accepting, like he's not even trying to deny it. So it's like I don't know. Let's say that the conversation in the plane gets leaked. Do you want to have yourself publicly admitting so many times that yeah, I did that. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to get better, but like I needed to become president. Like you're saying incriminating things. Basically, what I'm trying to say. And you have no like carefulness in terms of like I probably should not be talking about this because somebody could be recording me on the phone. So it's stuff like that.
Yeah. So basically, at the end of the, okay, I'm gonna save the big one later. Like straight after. So we just gotta mention this. So when we're watching the stream, we're like, oh, so his entire plan was he just wants to troll Ross. Fuck. Yeah, I just want to troll him. That's it. That's his revenge.
Yeah.
Wants-
So Ross is in this movie for 5 minutes. Well, not Ross. Red Hulk is in this movie for 5 minutes. There's so much marketing and all that stuff for Red Hulk. He's everywhere. But yeah, he's only in here for 5 minutes.
and Samuel Stern's character assassination is unfortunately connected to Red Hulk.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. I'm just gonna go through the scenes as in the order right now. Classic case of not remembering that bullets don't work on the Hulks. Do something else. And
Oh,
then
no.
all of these years later, post Incredible Hulk 2008, and there is still no type of technology to deal with Hulk. In the 2008 film, there was like the supersonic devices that were able to bother the Hulk. Hulk had to like rip something out of the ground to like throw it against the sonic thing just to get it to stop. But it was incapacitating Hulk, and that was from 2008. You still have nothing? That's garbage. Captain America joins in to help to fight the Red Hulk. Red Hulk fights on, destroying the White House and everything in process. Sam somehow maintains the strength to take a hit and hold a bar that the Red Hulk is swinging. So yeah, he has a ridiculous amount of strength, adamantium or not, vibranium or not.
By the way, he has like shoot like fucking like with the wing stuff into Hulk for some reason.
Yeah, like some stabby, pokey things from his wings, I guess. Doesn't really do anything. It just kind of annoys him. But yeah, Sam flies towards the cherry blossoms. Red Hulk follows. So Sam, the set scene looks really bad.
Oh no, what to do is but
Sam takes a lot of hits from the Red Hulk. His wing gets ripped, and Red Hulk stops the shield from going into Sam's hand. So he's pretty much fucked, man. He's pretty much fucked. And Red Hulk holds Sam by the helmet, which crushes, and then he's crushing it to the point where the glass in the eye is starting to break. Should have crushed his head, if we're being completely honest, but it doesn't, of course. Sam notices that one of the pins is still stuck in Red Hulk's stomach, so he kicks it, which causes the Red Hulk to wince in pain. And then Sam uses all the kinetic energy from that one wing he has left, and that he luckily has from Wakanda, to use it to blast Red Hulk, causing all wreckage to ensue. Red Hulk gets crushed by a car in the blast, but luckily Sam did not die. But he did get crushed by rubble, but that doesn't kill him either. So there's that. Before we get to the final part, what do you have to say about that?
What the fuck? This guy can rip up my vibranium, and Hulk and Sam can literally overpower this guy.
Yeah. So the Red Hulk can like rip vibranium shit. So I guess.
I mean, the other thing is, remember this guy was like, "Hey, don't do that," and then Red Hulk was like, "Fuck you," and then Sam was like, "Yeah, fuck it, let's just fight." He was like, "What? You did not even try."
Yeah. My first thing I wanted to mention about the cinematography aspect of things is like when you watch 2008 Hulk and you watch this, it's like 2008 Hulk just had like that visceral, like it had a handheld kind of a thing to show the chaoticness of the character, and like you actually get to see when you watch that Harlem fight scene, you get to see how the people react. It's like running around in terror, like despite it's supposed to be a badass fight between Hulk and Abomination, but at the same time, you see in the background, it's like all the audience is like the people are afraid. They're terrified of two monsters going into a fight, and you can really feel that in the energy and the chaos and all this stuff. And I think it's like despite like Incredible Hulk having a lot of issues on the the story side of things, but like I felt like it did a pretty good job of showing that visceral like rage monster kind of shit that like the Hulk should have or needs to have kind of a thing. And in here, it's like everything's so sterile. It's too boring. It's like you got the Red Hulk here, and the one benefit I can give Red Hulk in general is that at least you get to see a raging Hulk again, because we haven't seen that in so long.
And
like
yeah,
like an actual Hulk that's angry, like brutal, and like even his iconic like leap, his jump leap. It's not even red. It's not even the Hulk that's doing it. It's Red Hulk. So it's funny. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, so when can I mention that Samuel Stern is fucking assassinated just by having Red Hulk?
When we're like right when we get to the prison part.
Yeah, let's just hold on. But I'm just gonna say this. I was like, how powerful is Sam's technology that he can give Hulk a run for his money?
So he did say that like it's increasing so basically saying the pills increase the gamma radiation slowly over the 16 years, which is crazy. But first off, that the gamma radiation doesn't kill Ross over the years, but he also says the pills are helping him to stay alive. So I guess he found some mumbo jumbo tech stuff to do that. Okay, fair enough, I guess.
And the other thing is, why did no one why did no one detect that? Hey, your pills are kind of fucky.
I guess it's more of like keeping them to yourself kind of a thing. But like, I guess like if you ever took blood work over the years, I think somebody would notice you got something weird in your blood, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has heart failure. Of course, he's gonna have blood work.
He has to have blood work, so it's kind of like somebody would notice the gamma.
Or like
unless he made undetectable gamma, which is okay.
What I mean, gamma.
Then I lose my suspension of disbelief there.
Yeah, remember, gamma just light. So, how do you put it in pills? I was like, okay, fine. I guess you can just do that for arbitrary reasons.
Yeah. What would you say was the assassinating part specifically?
So Stern's okay. So basically, Stern has a really big investment when it comes to this kind of like a power. Basically,
I guess my thing is like, where did he get all this gamma from? But I guess he can also mind control people to give him gamma.
I will talk about Sam's assassinations. Basically, it's directly linked to the Hulk.
Yeah. Let's see. So Red Hulk gets out of the rubble. Sam is informed that backup is on the way, but Sam says no. So actually, the thing that happened earlier is that Sam tried to give like a his hero speech, and Red Hulk gets angry. It's like, damn, that didn't work. And then that fight continued on. But then now he's like, Sam tells them to wait. Sam now says his hero speech. Now this time, it works because Sam has to tell the Red Hulk, Ross is. I know that Ross is trying to get better, and this is the time, and this is the time to show the world that he is changing for the better, and prove this to Betty, and kind of a thing. Again,
Uh,
this is I will say it's better than the one from Falcon and Winter Soldier, the do better speech.
I mean,
But- because it actually ties to Ross and his character, and it ties to his conversation with Ross earlier, and using that to talk him down. My problem is, first off, very convenient that you could just talk down the Red Hulk like that. Secondly, the fact that Red Hulk can process Bruce Banner, Bruce Banner cannot process, Hulk cannot process Bruce Banner and who he is and all this stuff. So, but luckily, Red Hulk can. But maybe that's just an adaptation thing from what I'm saying. So maybe that doesn't apply. Treating the two characters like two different entities. But that. What else did you want to say?
Yeah, because first off, why don't you just say that from the start before you have the big fight scene? Just say stop it, and then Red was like, yeah, and you just go fuck it, let's just fight. I was like, you can just do that the entire time.
Damn, that didn't work.
It's like,
That was your bathos kind of. It's the thing is so these jokes are not as bad compared to the previous iterations of that's why I'm saying with Phase 4 and 5 we talked about it's not the worst movie that's came out recently. It has some jokes, but it's not like going out of its way to tell a joke, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like you could have just done that the entire time instead of having this big fight scene. And apparently,
he tries to give a speech his do better speech, and it doesn't work. Then he does it again. It just happens. It just happens. It just happens.
I was like,
well, all right then.
Oh right, then. Oh fuck it. What should I do? Maybe I mean it would be better off you have Betty in the scene. It's like
yes,
Betty
yeah. It's don't you think we should have Betty Ross in the scene to maybe she could be the one to do? No, why would we do that? It's a Captain America movie.
I was like, oh, maybe Sabra was like, hey, Sabra was like, yeah, I'm gonna go and get Betty.
Who cares about her? So yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. Sorry. About
yeah. So.
So by the way, this whole can set things on fire, and you know what? Let's just segue to fucking Sam with fucking Stearns.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was my other thing that annoys me too. Is Red Hulk does have fire powers in the comics, but they barely show any of that. I mean, it just kind of boils a little bit, but nothing like that. It's you have the opportunity to show Red Hulk, because I don't know if you're gonna have a very strong opportunity to use him again and all that stuff. So
yeah,
it's unfortunate that you didn't get to max out on that potential, but that's my opinion. Yeah, and as I said before, so yeah, Red Hulk sees the cherry blossom petal and he goes back to Ross. It was at least cool to see an angry Hulk again that leaps and causes destruction. I mean, we haven't seen it in so long. It's not even funny. Barely any mention of barely any of the fire powers were shown. Ross is taken to a medical bay. Leader is taken to a secure facility. Sam goes to see Isaiah as a free man. There's a title drop that adamantium is the reason why this is going to be a brave new world moving forward.
What? That's not gonna matter anything.
I hate that so much, man.
Do you guys know what the fuck is a brave new world? I thought that's a reference to the society with no conflict situation like this. But no.
God, we're really gonna gas up adamantium just for this fucking Wolverine reference.
Hey, maybe just call it.
Yeah.
Maybe we should
it just goes
call
to show me
new.
that this guy's. Yeah.
Maybe we should just call it New World Order.
Nah, they can't do that because
Twitter conflict. All right.
Well, to be fair, it's a Nazi thing. Yes. So Ross checked himself into the raft, and this is kind of what I was referring to. So Sam goes to speak to him. He's happy that the conditions are bad because he felt so basically at the raft he's saying that they're treating him really badly there, and he's honestly glad because he deserved it.
What?
No, it's the food is not great, the quarters are not great, the people aren't really great to him, but he says he deserves that. So it's that was Ross's opinion. So he feels bad about everything that's happened. He's also glad that Isaiah's out as a free man now. Sam explains that Ross's pills had gamma in them, and the leader was slowly increasing the dosage over the years. He also says that the treaty was approved, called by Osaki. It's called the Osaki-Ross Accords. So, yeah.
What?
So it's like you named it after the guy who. Okay.
You named
Ross. Yeah.
You named the two guys who almost caused World War III.
Yeah. Just call it the Celestial Accords. I don't know. The Adamantium Accords. I don't know. It's weird. Why do they have to be Accords? That's a real conversation. Because Sokovia Accords, I guess. Ross asks, why is Sam here? Because they have always been on different sides. Sam says that if they can never see the good, then the fight would lose. Then basically
gibberish. Basically just hollow words.
Yeah, and then Liv Tyler does show up after all these years to talk to Ross in his cell. Maybe we didn't get to go on that cherry blossom thing, but maybe we could just talk. Yeah, I'd like that. And that's it. That was Liv Tyler's appearance.
I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, did you cut her entire scene out from the? How much scenes have you cut out from her? Because we see behind the scenes that she appeared in, like, not just indoor scenes. She appeared in exterior scenes.
Yeah. Okay. So Sam goes back. I'm trying to rush through a little bit. Sam goes back to the ICU to visit Torres. He's back. Isaiah was there, and he says that he's going to take Ruth to a basketball game courtside for helping him getting out of jail. Torres apologizes for not being like Sam. Sam needs to be at point because he's afraid that he can't trust others. Yeah, he has a hard time trusting others when he's not good enough. It can cost everybody else. Kind of a thing. It's pretty generic in the sense that, so Torres now finally explains why did he become Falcon, quote unquote, is because he says he was growing up, he saw heroes on TV that seemed to be far away from a life that he could see. He said that he always wanted to be Falcon, because that guy would never give up. So it's Captain America was the same argument. I get it because he's talking to Sam and you want to make it sound like you're talking to your hero growing up, but we still don't know how these two met. And we don't know what it was like for Torres for not only to be with his hero, but also to be Falcon alongside with him. That's kind of BS. But yeah, this is the only characterization, quote unquote, that Torres really has in the movie.
Yeah. I'm fine with this scene. I actually kind of like it. If not, but the thing is, everything before the build is so shit.
Yeah. No, it's a good scene. I think Danny Ramirez and I think Anthony Mackie gives his best performance as Falcon, if I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think it's his best characterization, in general. I just think his performance-wise as the leading man, as the leading, as a lead actor for the project, I think this is probably Anthony's better works. I'm just going to leave it at that. My disappointing thing about Joaquin, again, this kind of goes a little bit to the comics, but I'm just going to speed run it. Basically, Joaquin was an illegal immigrant that settled in Arizona, but he was captured and put under a genetic mutation with torture that gave him falcon wings from Red Wing, who was a falcon in the comics, not a robot. And he was rescued by Sam's Captain America and joined him as his new Falcon. He also helped other struggling immigrants to find jobs and find a better life that he struggled to get when he was growing up. Making him another, for me, that was my other thing. Making him another military guy is just getting boring when it happens to every Cap related character. And you could have justified his more sillier personality if he was not from the military. But that's just something I wanted to note. So Sam says he's going to restart the Avengers, hoping Falcon could join him. And yeah, that's kind of how the movie ends. And then you got this dumbass mid-credit scene where...
I'm just going to talk about all the character assassination of Samuel Stearns. You fucking hell.
We're almost done. So Sam is talking to the leader and all that, basically you're a fucking bitch. You said Ross was going to be a bad guy, and he's not a bad guy. He holding accountability and all that stuff. Yeah, you know what? Because I know that the multiverse is coming.
Fuck you. You know what? Let's just talk about everything.
Yeah, and
Thank
this is
you,
such a
sir.
dumb way to connect. Like this is the only connection to the multiverse for the entire movie. It's like there's no inkling or mentions of that throughout the movie. So the fact that this is the only way to say, yeah, we're actually going into the multiverse saga now. We're starting now, and Sam is like, there's other worlds out there. You mean like Titan, Xandar, like other planets? Like no, other worlds. You mean like realms, dimensions? No, other worlds. Because he doesn't know what the multiverse is. How is he supposed to know that?
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah, I'm
Oh
gonna
yes,
leave
but
this.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead.
Don't worry. So Samuel Stern, it's
He's a fucking
absolutely
bitch. Go ahead.
okay. He's a lot. Okay, not just he's a bitch. He's after his entire value is a complete flip from the first movie of the Incredible Hulk. Okay.
My only thing about that is like, it's so long ago, and he's been
Yeah,
tortured.
that's the. But here's the thing. Okay. Here's his characterization in the first movie. He's like a scientist. He likes to investigate stuff. He does not care how he wants to do it. Want does anything as long as he like get that research. Even though he's when he shows help other people, he's thin in that movie because we know we kind of have a why, but it's like not a good enough why. He wants to do research. That's it. So in this movie, he fucking cracked a Red Hulk. 18 fucking years, 16 years,
To be
16
fair,
fucking.
he's had a lot of years in comparison. The other thing
And
too is like the thing is like
you fucking cracked
what's it
Red
called?
Hulk.
Like Bruce Banner's thing is not really a rocket science. Like, he just got blasted by gamma radiation.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's not like he was blasted by gamma radiation and he just happened to survive, which was a high, like as Tony Stark said, is like that could have killed you, but it didn't, and all that stuff. It's like, so it's like there's nothing really crazy about what happened. So it's like, oh, just luckily he didn't die from the gamma radiation that should have killed him. So it's not. I don't know. It's like I don't know if it's the thing is like solving, quote unquote.
But now the leader just cracked the Hulk formula. It was like, dude, you should have loving this formula. You should have turned everyone to the Hulk. Turn yourself into a Hulk. Because you love that power. You remember? Okay, I know that happened 17 years ago. Do you remember that when he dropped the blood in like when the gamma dropped into his brain, he's actually smiling because he finally received that kind of like power. When Belongs, you literally force him to give him back, make it turn into like a Hulk at gunpoint. He literally be like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm not free of charge. I'm not gonna do anything. Yeah, I'm not. You don't have to do it. You don't have to force me. I'm gonna help you. It was like, dude, this guy's obsessed with this kind of shit. And
Again, but like,
you tell me that it's 17 years he fucking cracked. Not just 17 years. He's been feeding gamma radiation for pills for 16 years. So he must have know how to do that for a while now. And you tell me this guy did not, when he realized this formula and he did not do anything, he does not care about anything. That's fucking bullshit.
but it says he was in prison.
In
But like
prison-
he's also helping Ross with the conditions that like he'll one day be free and all that stuff.
he is already free.
Which is that's the other problem.
Yeah, he's already.
The only thing for me is like I can see what they're thinking. And a lot of the leeway happens because it's been more than a decade that like it's hard to like really sure why not kind of a thing. If that's what you're saying, that's what the leader was doing all these years, then sure, why not?
Yeah.
So it's like so that was kind of my thing about that. I don't know if it's like I know how he was like in the movie, but like at the same time, he has been gone for so long that if he was still in prison, it was just that Ross was keeping him there, and I guess he just never got out. But then we see in this movie he can get out pretty easily. So
he took over entire prison.
he already took it over. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you have free will. You can do anything. You can do. You literally scan everyone, experiment on everyone. You had to do what you wanted already. It was like, I'm surprised you did not even have an army of Hulk like everything you research. You did nothing. It's so fucked up. And and that's my thing. And then he just like, I can see the multiverse like fucking how you never care about that thing.
Well, yeah, no. My problem is like you increase the dosage of his probability statistics thing, so he's like, yeah, I can see the multiverse now. Fuck off.
No, and by the way, Okay, this kind of made Scott
And then
Lang worse. But
the director said that actually the leader was talking about the Illuminati when he said the others are coming. What? No, that's clearly not what they said. But that's what the director said. It's like, yeah, he was setting up the Illuminati, by the way, not the multiverse.
I was like,
I don't
no,
believe you, but
I don't believe
yeah.
you. And
He
of
said
course
Scott Lang.
Scott Lang. Yeah. So remember how much do you remember Quantumania?
Well, speaking of bitches, we were talking about Kang a little bit, but yeah.
Oh, just what Scott knows. So Scott knows about the multiverse, and Kang's invasion is coming. So
Scott
this
is,
movie,
but Scott's still in the quantum realm. Oh no, wait, they changed that ending. I
they
forgot.
changed the ending, and he literally at the end of the monologue, he's like, "Oh shit, Kong was gonna invade us, and there's a multiverse, blah 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 blah."
I don't.
Multiverse
The thing
war.
is, like, I don't know the distance of like when these projects are. So like, even then, it's like, even with that conversation, it's like, how do you even explain this to somebody? Like, oh yeah, the multiverse is coming. Somebody's going to attack, and somebody's going to do all this and this and this. How do you explain that to anybody? Like, this is the problem when it comes to like the scale of this shit, and like everything is like end of the universe scale. It's going like bad anime trope in the sense that like at this point, it's like, how do I naturally have a conversation with Sam Wilson, who has never experienced anything like this? The only out of worldly thing he is witness is like, Thanos and like aliens from that invasion. But like, how do you explain to somebody, yeah, the multiverse is going to be a thing, and this like interdimensional being that has like multiple copies of himself is going to come in and take over the world and all this stuff? How do you explain that? Like, it just makes everything look ridiculous.
At the same
When-
time, to be fair, they cracked quantum technology, so I mean, even that was like you should have tell him. Remember, Scott. Okay, Sam actually referenced Ant-Man in this movie. It's like so they still have a close connection.
I don't think it's for that. I just think it's because of that stupid helmet.
No, it's like no, he actually mentioned like
No, because like Torres was like using Ant-Man as a joke. It's like, yeah, he's my favorite hero. Well, of course it is.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, remember in Quantumania when Scott was like, if the Avengers call, will I come to help them? I was like, absolutely. I was like, so they still have been connecting with each other.
Yeah.
And Scott never just told him about the multiverse.
But what do you tell him about the multiverse? Like, that's what I don't understand.
I mean,
Yeah,
so
something is coming. Okay, everything is coming. What do you mean?
it's gotta be like a person who's gonna destroy this universe. It's gonna come from another world. It's gonna come to destroy you. Basically, just say that it's another.
How do you prepare for that? What do you do? How do you prepare for that?
There's time travel. That's the magic. The Sorcerer Supreme literally invented how to deal with dimensional shit and multiverse now with.
What is
Doctor
Sam
Strange.
supposed to do with that information?
Warn he's the leader of he's the new Captain America. He's gotta warn the world about it.
It hasn't started yet. There's no Avengers.
Yeah, so that's why he has to tell them to start it again as soon as possible. Because
Again,
here's the thing.
I don't know when these projects are set in timeline. And secondly, well, one, Sam is on one side of the United States. Ant-Man is on San Francisco, the other side of the United States, and all that stuff. And all that, and at the end of the day, I mean, all this is like a theory. At the end of the day, he doesn't actually have evidence because he felt like he stopped Kang, but then he says he's just relying on the fact that Kang said more that he doesn't understand. That's what he's thinking. But like at the end of the day, it's still like a theory. It's not proof.
But in the end of the day, it was like, dude, if there's something like this, I would be like, yeah, I'm probably I should just tell someone. I should just like tell someone just in case of what's happening.
So tell
Because,
Sam specifically.
Like the Avengers, yeah, Sam.
The Avengers
everyone-
that don't exist.
Yeah, to be honest, I say it should have tell the new Captain America.
I mean, it's a lot of expectations.
Yeah,
Like,
no, but
especially for somebody who doesn't understand any of this.
but remember, this is the MCU. The multiverse always got collapse all the time. Multiverse of Madness did that once again. Fuck it. No Way Home also did that.
Again, I don't like whenever they keep putting Doctor Strange into Avenger businesses.
Yeah, so but basically MCU has like multiverse destroying shit all the time.
That's what I'm
So-
saying. It's just an average Tuesday. It's like, what does it do? Like,
Yeah.
ultimately,
So I was like, yeah. So that's confirmed that Scott never did anything. And the second of all, Sam was like, multiverse. What is that? I was
he
like,
doesn't.
"There-
No. He doesn't. He doesn't. Because like, that's why I made that joke earlier. You guys are too small to realize that there's other worlds out there. Other worlds like other planets, like Saturn, Uranus, like that shit. But no. Oh, you mean like dimensions, timelines, realms? No. Like there's nothing in like Leader's conversation that has anything to do with the multiverse. That's why I said the joke originally. Because
Yeah.
like, yeah, because like he says other worlds. Like there's other worlds out there. We already knew that. Asgard is another world, right? So
Hmm.
it's like that kind of thing. And that's the problem. It's too generic where it's like there's nothing to really latch onto. We as the audience know that he's talking about the multiverse, which is really stupid. But yeah, I mean, Sam doesn't know. He shouldn't know because he doesn't know anything about the multiverse, I guess. But then, that's how it pauses. That's how it ends. Like he just looks with a concerned face, cut to black.
So
But
I was like, so if he's referring to multiverse, like, ugh.
I know he's referring to the multiverse. It's just they didn't specifically say it.
Yeah, but
I also that's my thing. It's like I'm thinking after that cut to black. It's like, so what do you mean by other worlds like this? Because like the scene shouldn't stop there just because the camera stopped filming, right? So it's like that's why it's funny to think about. But yeah.
don't worry, they got bring back up one during Avengers Doomsday, I guess, when they have like Doctor Doom. I'm gonna be honest, probably Death Battle gonna have a better portrayal of Doctor Doom than this MCU does.
Well, yeah, I mean they already messed up by casting Robert Downey Jr., but it is what it is.
Hey, I mean, I love a lot of lines in what they give to Doctor Doom. This power is like the gods beneath me.
Yeah, that's Doctor Doom. So that was the film Brave
By the way-
New World.
Do you know where that line is from?
You said from Death Battle.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So Brave New World. My only positive, really, I'll say like I do think the film is not. I think the film does not benefit being a sequel to Fatwas at all. Like I feel like if you cut Fatwas out, I feel like it could be a little bit more digestible, I guess, so to speak. But if you're watching things like with a close lens or anything like that, or you're seeing a lot of the regurgitation of everything, then like yeah, it's kind of annoying. But even then, even if you just focus on the films and ignore the TV shows and all that stuff, it does not help when there's contradictions with Eternals, Endgame, and Incredible Hulk. So
And-
there's that.
Yeah, I mean nothing aligns Incredible, especially the Incredible Hulk or Secret Invasion, because no one remembers the skull shit.
Yeah, and then also with like Sam in particular, it's like the lack. The thing is, like, when you compare his arc in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which again I don't like that show at all. I've made 5 whole videos about it. It's just that Sam had like at least some kind of level of connection with people and like with like at least his family and all that stuff. And the fact that his family is not in this movie is kind of weird as well. And honestly, like I've always had this problem. Like all these like superhero movies are becoming really generic in the sense that like you don't have any sense of their home life, or that you don't have any sense of like what do they do outside of being a superhero, because it's always just focused on we need to stop the threat, and that's all they do. It barely makes them people at the end of the day, and then cutting out the secret identity shit as well is kind of annoying, because now you can't do any personal things, because now whenever he's out on the streets, everybody's reacting to him like a celebrity. So that's not just a Captain America problem, that's a problem with every superhero nowadays. But even then, my other things that I don't like, I talked about in the comics, like Taurus was like also a victim of torture, which is kind of ironic because like you have another character who is a victim of torture that's actually in the MCU, which is Isaiah. So they would have bonded really well if they actually stayed true to that. But obviously they didn't do that, so it's a missed opportunity in my opinion. But yeah, I mean the whole Incredible Hulk thing is like all these years just to get like a walking bugger out of the leader. He's not intelligent at all. He has no actual finesse or skill or anything. He doesn't show actual leadership abilities.
He does not even like act like the fucking guy from that movie.
Yes, and then Ross is they changed the actor and they changed the entire character while they're at it. So, yes, he does get accountability. He gets more accountability than anybody else, really, from the MCU. So he does arrest himself and strips his presidency and all this stuff, his control and power and all this stuff. So he is. That's why for me is a little bit different compared to other characters because like he actually did punish himself for his actions and all that stuff. But there's also the thing is like it's just like when you rewatch like the other movies, you have to remember that Ross is doing evil, fucked up shit behind the scenes in Civil War and Infinity War that nobody knows about because you can't possibly tell from that. It's very evident that they made it up for this movie and they.
And apparently he has
anger.
Apparently he has anger issues the entire time. Remember?
Fuck yeah, it. And again, that's a comic thing, but it's not established in the MCU. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also because that's like, let's just do his arc again. In the Incredible Hulk. What the fuck are you doing?
And I this Feige is a fucking idiot, man. Like. Why is this useful for a Captain America movie? Why? Like, you got the rights to the Hulk stuff. Cool. Why can't you put the Hulk in the movie? We don't actually have rights to the Hulk. We just have the rights to his characters. What? That's stupid. I hate these contract bullshit.
To be honest, it's life. You just have to accept contracts.
Yeah, but no mention of Bruce Banner, where he is, or like what is he doing? What is his opinions on Ross being president or Betty Ross or anything like that? I mean, but that's been a consistent problem since 2008, so it's not new at this point. It's just really funny.
What's my fault?
Like, why? Do you think we should call Bruce Banner? See what does he think about these things? Nah, why? It's a cat movie, so okay.
I mean, you got a fucking Ant-Man as a reference. You can't reference anyone else.
Yeah, Betty Ross is mad about how you treated Bruce Banner from 20 years ago. Okay.
20 years ago? Just let go of that bitch.
She already let go of you. He already let go of you, so it's like, I don't know what you're mad about.
Yeah, I was like, that was... they just want to live Tyler again. To be honest, I don't even know what she. I mean, I want to say that she has the easiest pay job, but at the same time, you just have to realize most of her scenes are probably cut.
Yeah. I don't think she's assassinated because she's not a character. So,
I mean, to be fair, she has something in the original movie. It's just not well developed. That's a problem.
But the thing about Betty Ross is like you really don't have any relevance to her unless you make her Red She-Hulk, like she's in the comics. Because like ultimately, what I mean by that is like Betty Ross. It's really hard to justify the re-inclusion of a love interest who is not going to go anywhere further with her character. It's either be upset about Ross or be in love with Bruce Banner or change her character. Like they already changed Ross, like General Ross's character for Civil War, essentially. So I don't know. It's like I feel like the hard thing about bringing back Betty in particular is like because she doesn't really have that much of a tie with the current story nowadays. So it's like kind of hard to really justify what is the need of bringing her back.
Yeah. So okay, it's weird because her arc, quote unquote arc, because it's not well explained. It's like it's to learn to accept the outcome of like the people she cared about. I think that's the idea. So so you just have to learn to accept that Hulk cannot be part of her life, and even no matter how much she wants, and she has to accept her father for who he is and stand against him, understand his perspective and stuff. Of course, none of that is well developed because she's not an active character. So so she comes out as static, but it's like at the same time, it's like it's still part of her technically. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, I never forget my father. Lol was like, I'm not sure about that one, Chief. I mean, it could happen, but it's like it's not well explained.
Yeah. Um.
I mean, I get it's not the worst MCU movie.
No. No. Again, I said it earlier. I liked where Isaiah was going, or I liked Isaiah's like role in the story. I wish there was more of him. In the sense that like I liked the aspect of like Sam and Isaiah's friendship together coming post Fat Loose, and I like how he's not bitter like he was in the show. So there's some level of adjustment, and I appreciate that. And again, my personal favorite scene was the conversation of like not wanting to go back in the hole and all this stuff, and that whole thing. And honestly, like I could have been okay with that kind of storyline of Sam trying to release, like trying to free Isaiah and finding a bigger conspiracy that it is. But like I just wish the threats were in the wheelhouse of where Sam should be at, which is like I don't know the Serpent Society, which already existed. So
No, you got Gus who just shoot. Who's a 16-year-old just try to shoot
yeah,
him with.
and people are like, oh, why don't we just do the real Serpent Society in movie 5 or 6? I don't want to do that because like you already half-assed it in one movie. Why do I want to see you do it again? Oh, now it's like you don't want their colorful costumes, you don't want their snake powers. So it's like, what's the point? Like, what? Like, don't like at that point you already like insulted me with like how you decided to utilize the characters. So it's like by just having two of them and they're just like regular guys with guns. What am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, let's bring him next time. Like, they'll be better. Fuck off. I don't believe
Probably,
that.
I don't know. Probably I need to see what the original idea for a Super Society is. They have costumes for them.
Yeah,
That's my thing. Was like, what is the original concept for that?
yeah. Like there's no way that like the problem is like her like Diamondback having pink hair was the only problem.
No, because they kind of fucking famous actress for that shit.
Yeah, they got Alita.
Yeah.
Which I mean, my downside with the wig is like the wig looked too fake. I think there was a natural way to make the hair color fit and not be that neon pink wig. But you know, that's what's talking about a deleted scene, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe they will never release the deleted scenes. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about her character. I just think she's too generic. Like you could replace her with any other character. At that point.
Ruth. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, she's just a by. So basically, the only interesting is like she's a very by the books agent who does what she believes that's to serve her purpose and to save to she's a very by the books agent that would do anything to serve the country.
Sharon.
Yep, I mean, but it's like it's still compelling, but at the same time, it just that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's overall my thing. I don't think it's the worst MCU film or anything like that.
I mean,
But
that's fair.
it's the same old problems as before. It is interesting that this is the film that kind of drops a lot of interest. It's the lowest. I think it's the lowest cinema score with B minus. So
I mean, I don't know, man. B minus is still too high. I mean, compared to like
you have to understand with cinema scores, like they're taking the stat based on the people coming out of the cinema like right away. Like if you were to rate the movie now, what would you say? And people would put a B minus. That's pretty bad in the sense of like you're fresh off of the movie, so you don't have any time to think about it. But what was your experience, and you give it a B minus? It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
I guess. I mean, to be honest, if I have to rank the movies, it's like in like A, B, C, D, E, F, or some shit. I don't know. Does US have E?
We don't do E. No.
Let's say we don't do E. So basically, Deadpool, Wolverine, F.
I don't think
Multiverse of F, but
F.
multiverse.
Probably give it a C minus, D plus, probably.
Yeah, Deadpool, Wolverine, F minus. Multiverse of Madness, F minus. Fuck you. Brave New World. I don't fucking know. D or D minus.
Yeah, I think that's a fair
It's like
I don't think it's F. I think it's like around the D plus maybe. But yeah.
to be honest, if I want to give a score, it's like I guess a 2,
Uh,
2.5 at most.
I think 2.53 is where I'm going. But yeah.
But I don't know. There's a lot of
I'm
damage.
not very good at numbers. I'll be honest. I'm just kind of going based on what I think.
No, I just think I think this. No, I think this movie is terrible and it assassinated several characters.
Yeah.
And most of the things are just redoing stuff.
Yeah. I'll say like I don't think Sam is like assassinated. He's just regressed.
Regress. Yeah, I don't think he's assassinated. He's just again regress. I don't even know should I say that as an assassination, but that's totally damaged.
No, because like Fatwas was really bad. Like that's an assassination for sure. Like for sure.
Yeah.
How he treated John and Sharon in particular was really bad. And especially like how he used Lamar's death as a way to trying to get the shield back from John, and not really addressing the problem of his best friend just died. So that's really bad.
Yeah, I mean,
like here it's like it's not like that. It's just he's more confident and better in that side of things. But then it's just that one moment of doubt, like going back to that 5% of the movie, reflecting back on Fatwas. That's my thing with his character.
And then we got like Bucky, and he's like, "Hey, I have just appeared to see your friend." 2 minutes later, bye. I got shit to do. It's like, why do you even come here in the first place if we just gotta stay here for 2 minutes?
Yeah, Sam, you got to figure it out. Why can't you figure it out with me? They only paid me for 5 minutes of screen time. So.
Oh no, we have to get rid of yours. You gotta be involved to help fight Red Hulk or something.
Nah, he has to go and fight Sentry.
Oh, hopefully Sam is gonna be there to help him.
I don't know how he can help.
I don't know. Maybe through the knowledge he got from the leader, or his multiverse knowledge.
I don't know. The Void is a fucking menace. He can. We'll save that for that.
Is that the Sentry's evil form or some shit?
Yeah, so he has a dissociative identity disorder. The Void is like his evil alter.
What the fuck?
The Void is like alter, like he's like crazy OP. And the characters they have around, they are clearly not strong enough to beat that. So maybe there's gonna be some more Talk No Jutsu.
No, don't worry. Oh no, don't worry. The climax will be like Sentry is like, oh yeah, I'm evil. I hate being evil. I'm gonna kill myself by throwing myself into another universe that's gonna have a space universal wave incursion shit. Gotta kill me.
Yeah, I'm gonna save that for later. It's getting really late. So yeah, Cap 4. I expected worse, to be honest. I didn't expect. It's still bad for sure. I just expected worse. If I were being transparent, I don't recommend at all.
No, don't. I don't.
But if you're still trying to keep track of the MCU and all that stuff, I mean, do what you got to do. It's up to you.
No, I don't. I mean, I do. I still struggle to finish fresh friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But I just got so bored. I gotta be honest.
We're probably talk about it next time. Not too sure. We'll keep track of the schedule.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for watching. Subscribe to all of our channels: Red Devilos Reviews, Unity Reviews and Analysis, another Reviews Corp podcast. All of these will be in the links in the description down below. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye.